Cek, 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 eh, cek, cek 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek mic. Cek 1 2 3. Tes. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3.
Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek mic 1 2 3.
Oke, jadi ada 11 musik, kita dilihat satu ya. Tinggal 10. Oke, jadi ada 11 musik, kita dilihat satu ya. Tinggal 10. Oh ya, jadi setiap tim yang berperan sebagai fly speaker bisa informasi. Oh ya, jadi setiap tim yang sebagai reply speaker itu bisa informasi. Oh ya, jadi setiap satu tim kan ada 3 orang. Lalu dalam 3 itu dikasih catatan dipilih tadi sebagai apa? Sebagai reply speaker. Oh ya, jadi setiap satu tim kan ada 3 orang. Lalu dalam 3 itu dikasih catatan dipilih tadi sebagai apa? Sebagai reply speaker. Oh ya, jadi setiap satu tim kan ada 3 orang. Lalu dalam 3 itu dikasih catatan dipilih tadi sebagai apa?
Cek satu. Cek satu. Cek satu.
Cek satu.
Cek satu.
Cek. Cek, cek. Cek, cek, cek. Cek tidak.
Cek satu.
Cek satu.
Cek satu. Cek satu. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek satu. Cek mic 1 2 3.
Ngomong resmi.
Cek satu. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek satu. Cek mic 1 2 3.
Ngomong resmi.
Cek satu. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek satu. Cek mic 1 2 3.
Ngomong resmi.
Cek satu. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek. Baik. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di dalam aula SMAN 1 BAJAWA. Saya ingin menyapa selamat pagi Bapak Ibu guru pendamping serta selamat datang para peserta debat bahasa Inggris ya. Dengan tema kita kali ini pendidikan dan kesehatan, ingin menyapa dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pendidikan Nasional 2021 serta selamat datang para tema umum semangat menolak menyerah. Dengan tema kita kali ini pendidikan dan kesehatan, ingin menyapa ada beberapa penyampaian khusus untuk kita sekalian ya, teristimewa untuk menolak menyerah. Adik-adik saya peserta lomba debat bahasa Inggris ini ada beberapa penyampaian khusus untuk kita. Penyampaian yang pertama atau informasi yang pertama yang perlu kami sampaikan dari tempat ini bahwa sampai dengan saat ini untuk peserta calon peserta yang mendaftarkan atau yang mengisi formulir di depan meja panitia itu terdapat 14 peserta untuk satu pesertanya informasi yang kami terima dari panitia masih dalam perjalanan menuju ke sini, yaitu terdapat terkait dengan jumlah peserta kita dari 16 itu yang hadir atau yang bisa untuk mengikuti lomba kali ini hanya 15 peserta. Oleh karenanya dari meja tim juri yang hadir disampaikan bahwa salah satu tim ya, dipastikan untuk melangkah ke babak selanjutnya dengan penentuan nomor urut. Tadi telah disepakati sementara akan diundi yang mendapatkan nomor urut 15. Ini bisa dipahami ya? Selanjutnya. Baik. Dengan penentuan itu informasi yang pertama yang perlu disampaikan. Lalu yang kedua mendapatkan nomor urut 15. Sebentar lagi akan kita panggil para peserta untuk mengambil nomor urut di depan. Panggil para peserta terkait dengan waktu ya. Penggunaan waktu. Pembicara 1, 2 dan 3 ya. Dari masing-masing tim diberikan waktu 7 menit 20 detik. Harap bisa dimanfaatkan dengan baik. Dengan beberapa hal teknis yakni menit pertama ya, ketika peserta sudah mulai berbicara di menit yang pertama waktu ada di hadapan kita semua karena di sini dihitung waktu mundur berarti ketika waktu menunjukkan 06.20 dari meja panitia kita akan memberi tanda dengan satu kali ketukan ya. Lalu ketika menit menunjukkan 01.20 satu kali ketukan lagi. Ketika waktu menunjukkan 00.20 dari sini akan diketuk 2 kali. Dan ketika waktu di hadapan kita semua menunjukkan 00 waktu selesai di sini ketuk panjang peserta lomba agar tidak berbicara lagi. Bisa dipahami? Agar tidak berbicara. Baik. Begitupun ya, dengan replay speaker ya dari masing-masing tim akan diberi waktu 4 menit 20 detik. Nanti akan hitungan mundur dengan waktu yang tertera. Di sini nanti 06.20 satu kali ketukan, 03.20 2 kali ketukan, dan 02.40 waktu akan berhenti dengan ketukan panjang. 02.40 waktu akan berhenti dengan. Lalu perlu disampaikan juga ya untuk interupsi diberikan waktu selama 30 detik untuk interupsi ya. Dan jeda waktu antar interupsi itu selanjutnya adalah 15 detik. Dan adapun mekanisme terkait dengan interupsi itu hanya boleh memberikan informasi tambahan atau pertanyaan. Peserta dilarang untuk memberikan argumen baru. Bisa dipahami? Bisa dipahami? Dan selama replay speaker tadi selama 4 menit 20 detik itu peserta interupsi tidak diperkenankan ya untuk replay speaker. Baik, ada beberapa informasi tambahan ya. Tadi dari meja panitia untuk para peserta yang sementara akan perlombaan. Tadi disampaikan mic agar para peserta lebih didekatkan ke sumber suara atau mulut ya. Didekatkan seperti itu ya. Mulut ya. Lalu saat ini tentunya kita ketahui bersama terkait dengan situasi COVID yang melanda kita sekalian. Jadi diharapkan penggunaan masker ya, dan juga menjaga protokol kesehatan. Sedangkan pembicara diperkenankan ya untuk melepaskan masker. Seperti itu. Baik, terkait dengan informasi ini saya harap bisa dipahami dan untuk dijalankan sebagaimana mestinya. Bisa dipahami. Akan ditambahkan juga oleh Bu Mimi, kami persilakan. Akan ditambahkan juga oleh Bu Mimi, kami persilakan. Akan ditambahkan juga oleh Bu Mimi, kami persilakan.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. Competition for those who are Catholic is in the name of God, Father, in the name of God, Father, dear God, we thank you for loving us together, dear God, for you. Thank you, competition, not the enemies, but the may you bless the organizer, educators, and the teacher. May everyone be organized. May your loving heart flow it by everyone so that this may winning really come. But honest, noble way winning all this as in your mighty name. In the name of the Father, mighty name. In the name of the Father. Give one of each group. This, okay. Okay, for the team who got number 1 and number 2, please come in to take your and number lost track for your please come in to take your and number lost track for your please come in to take the team who got number 1 and number 2, please come in to take one number 2, please come in to take one number 2, please come in to take please. SMAN satu merek, we will give SMAN satu merek 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay, so in the first station, we have Lewis government station and SMAN satu I merek position team. And we give you 30 minutes to prepare. We give you 30 minutes to prepare.
Do you think that you really need 30 minutes to prepare debate? Do you think that you are really need 30 minutes to prepare because I see that you have got the process before. Because I see that you have prepared at home before you come here. You have prepared at home. So let us make a agreement. Do you need or less than 30 minutes? Do you need it less than 30 minutes? How long? It less than 30 minutes. How long? Romnani, any idea? Romnani, any idea? Kalau setiap ini kita butuh 30 menit sampai malam. Kalau setiap karena ini kan musim kamu sudah khidmat di sekolah. Karena ini kan kamu sudah siap semua. Kalau sekarang kamu harus habiskan 20 menit sampai malam pulang. Kalau sekarang kamu harus habiskan 20 menit sampai malam pulang. Kalau sekarang kamu harus habiskan 20 menit sampai malam pulang.
Okay, number 10. Okay, number 10. Okay, number 10. Okay, 11. Which one? Okay, 11. Which one? Okay, 11. Write down your. Write down your. Write down your. Okay, 12. Okay, 12. Okay, 12. 14. 14. Their name. Their name. Their name. Number 13. Number 13. Number 13. Number 13. For group 1 and 2, please step forward. 1 and 2, please come. For group 1 and 2. For group 1 and 2, SMA 1 Bulawai Selatan and SMA 1 Aimere, please come. Please stand up, please. 1 and 2. For group 1 and 2, SMA 1 Bulawai Selatan and SMA 1 Aimere, please come. Please stand up, please. 1 and 2. For group 1 and 2, SMA 1 Bulawai Selatan and SMA 1 Aimere, please come. Please stand up, please.
Selamat pagi untuk kita semua. Selamat pagi yang hati Bapak sekolah yang hadir pada kesempatan ini, juga Bapak Ibu, selamat pagi serta peserta lomba. Kita hari ini mulai dengan kegiatan lomba debat bahasa Inggris. Kita harus komit dengan waktu. Dan ini sudah disepakati bahwa kegiatan lomba debat bahasa Inggris mulai jam 8.00. Kita harus sekarang dengan waktu. Sudah jam 9, maka kita harus mulai. Kalau kita bergeser waktu, bisa juga kita sampai jam 8 atau 9 malam. Sudah jam 9, kami dari panitia menyampaikan kalau kita bergeser waktu, penegasan agar kita mulai jam 9. Sekarang sudah jam 9. Kami dari panitia menyampaikan ketentuan lanjutan. Kami serahkan kepada Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri untuk menentukan waktu lanjutan kegiatan lomba hari ini. Terima kasih. Kami serahkan Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri untuk menentukan waktu lanjutan kegiatan. Terima kasih. Kami serahkan Ibu Dewan Juri untuk menentukan waktu lanjutan kegiatan. Terima kasih.
Baik, peserta sekalian yang saya hormati, jadi kalau siswa hidup ini sudah molor sekali, maka suka tidak suka, senang tidak senang, kami terpaksa dengan berat hati memutuskan. Baik, tim berikut sekalian bakal persiapan hanya 10 menit. Kalau siswa hidup ini sudah molor sekali, maka suka tidak suka, senang tidak senang, terpaksa dengan berat hati memutuskan. Baik, tim berikut sekalian bakal persiapan hanya 10 menit. Kalau siswa hidup ini sudah molor sekali, maka suka tidak suka, senang tidak senang, terpaksa dengan berat hati memutuskan. Baik, tim berikut sekalian bakal persiapan hanya 10 menit.
Welcome to the English debate competition of senior high school level of Ngada Regency celebrating National Education Day. I am Wilhelmina Loda, as the chairperson and Serapinus Emrapoti to the English debate timekeeper of the senior high school level. Both of us are from Regency celebrating College Education Day. BAJAWA. I am Wilhelmina Loda, as the chairperson. Please welcome to Group 1 and time group of senior. In the first stage, both of us, we have promoted this house to believe that the implementation of character survey is evidence of the beginning of Pancasila. Please welcome Dr. We have promoted this house to believe that the implementation of character survey is evidence of the beginning of Pancasila. Please welcome Dr. Evidence of the beginning of Pancasila. Please welcome Dr. For a clarification, motion in this first session is implementation of minimum competency assessment is the state's fair towards school condition is all regions of Indonesia. Please welcome SMAN 1 Golewa Selatan is the state's fair towards school condition is all regions of Indonesia. Please welcome SMAN 1 Golewa Selatan is the state fair towards school Please welcome SMAN 1 Golewa, Selatan, Kabir Aimir. Team, we have SMAN Golewa, Selatan. Student Elizabeth Larissa Bate is first speaker. Johanna Angelina Due Raja as second speaker. And Basilis Yosten Ngani as the third speaker. And the replaced speaker is Elizabeth Larissa Bate. Taking as position team, we have Abu Aimir. First speaker is Marco Julianto Asbanu. Second speaker is Diana Octaviana Muki, and third speaker is Patricia El Bubu, and the replaced speaker is Marco Julianto Asbanu. The panel of adjudicators, we have Mr. Jenny Rangka, Chair, Ms. Jenny Ronawati Bai, Ms. Gracia Pichu. Both of them are from Agricultural of Plantation College of Forest BAJAWA. Okay, before we start, I want to each substantive speech will be given 7 minutes to be delivered. There will be one knock after the first minute and by the 6th minute. In between those knocks, POIs are allowed to be offered and must not last any longer than 15 seconds. POI only for giving additional information or clarification. The due time of each POI is only 30 seconds. Next POI should be 15 seconds after first POI. The speaker who has the floor decides which POIs to accept or reject, but should take at least one POI. POIs offered beyond the time frame mentioned previously are prohibited. On the 7 minutes, the timekeeper will knock twice to indicate that the time is up. If the speaker continues speaking after 7 minutes and 20 seconds, the timekeeper will knock continuously and further continuance will be penalized. Replaced speeches will be given 4 minutes to be delivered. There will be one knock after the first minute and twice on the fourth minute. If the speaker continues speaking after 4 minutes and 20 seconds, timekeeper will knock continuously and further continuance will be penalized. Okay, before we start the debate, I will remind everyone in this room to maintain order, to keep silence during the debate. Please turn off your mobile phone, pager, or any sound producing noise that may disrupt the debate. Now, to open the debate, I summon the first speaker of the government, Ms. Marco Julianto Asbanu. Please deliver it.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all of you. The Honorable All Just Timekeeper, and all of you, my beloved friends. Thanks for the time that given to us. Before I giving you the definition of automation, now I will introduce our team. My name is Elizabeth Larissa Bate, but you can call me Teresa. I am as Prime Minister. And today, I accompanied by my lovely friends. The first is Angel as Deputy of Prime Minister, and the second is Yasten as Government Whip. And I will also take position as Government Replace Speakers. We are from SMAN Sagolsel, and you know, we are all students of 10 grades, and standing here is our pride. We are are standing here as government side. I think that is all about us. So let me go on to the motion. Our motion today is: this House believes that the minimum competency assessment is a fairness, standardized, evaluating all schools in Indonesia. I will give you the definition about the given motion in 3 variables. First, minimum. Minimum is the list of smallest amount or quantity possible, attainable, or required. The first is competency. Competency is the ability to do something successfully or efficiently. And the third is assessment. Assessment is the evaluation or examination of the nature, quality, or ability someone or something. So the definition about the motion is like this. Minimum competency assessment is a basic competency assessment needed by all students to be able to develop their own capacity and participate positively in society. I really do agree with this motion because, in my opinions, the adoption of the minimum competency assessment is marker of paradigm shift in educational evaluation and improvement in the education evaluation system. The main objective is to encourage the improvement of the quality of learning outcomes of students' learning. The Constitution of the Nation Education System, Article 1, Paragraph 1, states that education is a conscious and planned effort to create a learning atmosphere so that students can develop their potentials. The strength of spiritual, religions, intelligence, and abilities needed by yourself, society, nation, and countries. Ministry of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, said that the result of the minimum competency assessment will interact as an interval map of the quality of the nature education system. In the long terms, minimum competency assessment is used to evaluate the performance of educational institutions and provide opportunities as well as to demand teachers to improve the quality of their learning in order to create more complete students and teachers. For example, a teacher wants to develop students' literacy skills. In this case, the teacher needs to motivate students not only to read from books, but also to read from other sources, because after graduation from schools, students will more often interact with the studying community. So, literacy is needed in this case. This also features trains our argument that is the realization of the minimum competency assessment is the state fair attitude toward schools foundations in all regions in the state of Indonesia. I think that is all about my argument as the Prime Minister. Thank you.
POIs.
introduction.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the time. First of all, let me introduce our team.
Allowed the instruction. Okay, the first speaker of government side, 6 minutes and respond to case of and summon the first speaker of the opposition side.
Okay, thank you for the time. First of all, let me introduce our team. We are from Semansa Aimere. I am the first speaker. My name is Marco Julianto Aspanu, and my friend.
I am second speaker. My name is Diana Octavia Moi.
I am third speaker. My name is Patricia Elbupu.
Today, I, as the first speaker of the negative team, will present my argument. Today, we, the negative team, strongly not believe with this motion that the minimum competence assessment is a very standardized in evaluation or school in Indonesia. Today, many news in print and online about amount of budget allocation prepared by the Ministry of Education for the implementation of minimum competence assessment in 2021. The number of volumes prepared for the replacement of national examination amounted to 1.48 billion rupiah. As is known to the public, at the end of 2019, the Ministry of Education has decided to replace and with AKM in the 2020 until 2021. Blessing in disguise, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the implementation of AN was abolished in the 2019 until 2020 school years, despite having been held at vocational school level in most provinces. That is, UN was not held 1 year earlier than planned in Merdeka Belajar Volume 1. This condition should be utilized correctly to maximize the potential and energy owned by Ministry of Education so that AKM in 2021 will be held properly and optimally. AQM is endeavored to be a measure of literacy and numeration competence, refers to international surveys that are commonly followed by many countries. Among others, the Program of International Students Assessment and the trends in the international mathematics and science study. The difference is the implementation of AQM 2021 doesn't measure the competence of science, only literacy and numeration. This becomes of the justification why the competency assessment use okay.
What's the meaning of numeracy and literacy?
The audience, please keep silent.
Sorry, can you repeat again?
What's the meaning of numeracy and literacy?
Okay. Okay. Literacy and numeracy is character survey is designed to measure students' learning achievement in the social emotional while in the form of characters pillars with the aim of printing a Pancasila students profile. Thank you.
We take it.
Let me continue. The minimum word mentioned also refers to the type and number of competitions to be measured. In addition, also on the targeting group, because the competence assessment in question will target all elementary, junior high, and high school or vocational students will students in grades 5, 8, and 11 randomly selected. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 5 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government side, Jelly Forrest. Okay, thanks. Good morning, all of you, the honorable, all the judges, timekeeper, and the audience. Let me go on with our arguments toward the given motion. As cited by Prime Minister that everyone is obligated to take part in the minimum competency assessment because this program is for evaluation from the government to assess the quality of education service in education units with the aim of improving and enhancing the of learning of students on an ongoing basis. Minimum competency assessment needs to be done to improve the quality of education, improve the quality of teaching and learning that will improve students' learning outcomes and so should be the main goals of schools, namely the development of students' competence and character.
In Turkey,
No thanks. Article 31 of the no thanks amendment of the 1945 Constitution states that every citizen.
Turkian,
Yes, please.
can you explain more detail of minimum competence? Thank you.
Once again, please.
Can you explain more detail of minimum competence? Thank you.
Okay. Minimum competence is a basic competency assessment needed by all students to be able to develop their own capacity and participate positively in society. Okay, thanks. Let me go on my arguments. If a school has computer facilities and other supporting facilities, the minimum competency assessment will be implemented in that school. On the other hand, if there is a school that does not have computer facilities and other supporting facilities, the minimum competency assessment will still be implemented using an online system.
Interaction,
No thanks. So here, the realization, no thanks, of minimum competency assessment
interaction, what do you mean about implement?
Okay, we take it. Let me go on my arguments. So here, the realization of minimum competency assessment requires educational institutions or schools to continue implementing the minimum competency assessment program, but they are not required to have facilities such as
internet network, computers, and others. This is evidence that the realization of the minimum competency assessment is the state's fair attitude towards school condition in recreation in Indonesia. In the application of minimum competency assessment, what is assessed is the learning process, not the result. This is different from the national examination, where the quality of schools is based on the result of the exam. In the previous system, cheating was common. This is carried out by schools that do not want their students' grades to be bad, and their schools are considered to have low educational quality, so that the results are not in accordance with the actual school's condition. So, with the existence of the minimum character assessment, the quality of a school can actually be assessed according to the condition in the school. I think it's all about my argument as Deputy of Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. The second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 47 seconds. To extend the case of opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition side. Please.
Well, thank you for the time. Good morning, everybody. The implementation of AQM is to deny the integration of other learning subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, sociology, and etc. AQM is a learning survey to allow and make the sporting aspect of the quality of learning in the school every month. I mean environment. AQM in 2021 is carried out as a new basic mapping of the quality of education that is real in the field, so that there are consequences for schools or students. The Ministry of Education and Culture will assist school and education office by providing a report on the result of an assessment explanation, the strength profile, and areas of improvement in school and religions. Primary and secondary education were introduced with a new system of assessment.
POI.
No thanks. Namely, primary competition estimates. No thanks. Estimates
POI.
instructions. Please.
Thanks. As your side, the assessment competency minimum. As your side, the minimum competency assessment is not fair for all schools in Indonesia. So how can you measure that students' competency with the same measurement?
I'm sorry, can you give the simple question?
As you said, the minimum competency assessment is not fair for all schools in Indonesia. So, how can you measure that students' competency with the same in measurement?
Excuse me, what do you mean? Because here, I don't say in Indonesia.
Once again, please.
What do you mean? Because here, I don't say it, I mean, in Indonesia.
But I said, as you said, the minimum competency assessment is not fair for all schools in Indonesia. So, how can you measure students' competency with the same measurement?
Excuse me, maybe you can't understand what I mean. Because here, I don't say it in Indonesia. Let me continue. Can I continue? Okay. Okay. Assessment instruments are the minimum competence or fundamental abilities required of students of profession and future aspiration. Literacy and numeracy are competencies that are development across subjects by measuring literacy and numeracy. The object of the national assessment is to obtain an overview of the essential characteristics of an effective school. Only showing what shall be the main goal of the school without paying attention to the constitutive ability of each child in learning a subject. Education in the 20th century must be able to ensure the students have learning and innovation skill in using information technology and media, can work as first life skill. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 25 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government. Please deliver your speech.
Good morning, all of you. The Honorable all judges, the keeper, and the audience. Let me go on our argument about the given motion. Based on the argument from first speakers and the second speakers, now I will give you the fact about first, The 2080 for international student or PISA survey result program state Indonesia among 74 out of 79 countries in terms of reading and literacy. There are some of the factors the lead of the Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, to treat the program now as minimum competency assessment. The national assessment consists of 3 points, one of which is the minimum competency assessment, where in the minimum competency assessment, the national given is impinged more on literacy and numeracy. Reading literacy is defined of progress to understand, use, evaluate, and reflect on various types of word, while numeracy is a fundamental skills of applying number concept and arithmetic operation skills, as well as the ability to interpret the quantitative skills. No thanks.
Interruption.
No thanks. Minimum competency assessment.
Interruption.
Yes, please.
Can you give the example of the literature?
Okay. Thank you. Literacy is when we reading a book. Thank you. Let me go on my argument.
No. Are you start right? This right? Are you start this right?
What, please?
Are you satisfied?
Okay. Literacy is when we reading a book. We take it. Let me go on my argument. Reading literacy is defined as progress to understand, use, evaluate, and reflect on various types of word, while numeracy is a fundamental skills for applying number concept and arithmetic operation skills, as well as the ability to interpret quantitative skills. Minimum competency assessment itself also intended to measure the competence of students in depth, not just mystery of the material.
Interruption.
No thanks.
Interruption.
No thanks.
Interruption.
Yes, please.
What is operation skill?
One second, please.
What is the operation skill?
We take it, let me go on my argument. Second, according to Nadim's explain at the Bidakara Hotel, so Jakarta, witness 11 December 2019. Is the trolley minimum competition which can map schools and regions based on the minimum competency. The material is only to cognitive part. They are literacy and numeracy. Competency assessment conducted start in 2021 are not based on subjects anymore and not based on mystery of material content, but based on the minimum competencies, the basic competencies required by a student to be able to learn any material. Literacy is not only the ability to read, but the ability to analyze, reading, and understand the concept of the content. Numeracy is the ability to analyze, is using numbers. Not like math, problem in general. Numeration is more directed, a logical and quantitative abilities. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker of the government side spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition side. Please over your seat.
Thank you for the time. The implementation of minimum competency assessment is an obstacle to register and university. The national assessment is a mapping of the quality of education for all schools, madrasas, and equality programs at level from elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of 3 parts as follows. Minimum competency assessment. The first is AQM. The AQM is the technique to measure the learning outcomes of students. What are literacy and numeracy? Literacy here is closely related to our ability to understand information from reading. Meanwhile, numeration itself is related to the ability to get information in numerical or quantitative form. Character survey. The second part is the character survey. If the AQM is used to test students' cognitive abilities in literacy and numeracy, this character survey is the technique to measure students' learning achievement in the social emotion file in the form of character pillars with the aim of printing and Pancasila students' profile.
POI?
No thanks.
POI?
Learning informant survey, no thanks.
POI?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. What the meaning of the character survey?
your information, the next POI will be 15 seconds after the first POI.
Okay? The character survey is an effort to determine the condition of the character ecosystem of students in school related to whether the Pancasila principle is really felt by students in interaction at school.
Okay, thanks.
Learning Learning Environment Survey. The third or final part is the informant survey. This activity
For the
aims
audience, please turn off your mobile phone.
to evaluate the map of supporting aspect of the quality of learning in the school environment. Not just doing the mapping. The Ministry of Education and Culture will also assist school and local education office by providing an assessment report, conducting an explanation of the strength, profile, and range of improvement for each school and region. What is the differences between a national assessment and a national examination? We discuss what are differences between the national examination and the national assessment. So, there are some differences that you need to know. Let's discuss one by one. Assessment method. The first difference is in assessment method. If the UN is tested using a fiction, text, or a set of questions for all participants, at 8 km, the questions listed are adjusted to the student's abilities. The form of the exam is different. In 8 km, the questions being tested are not only multiple choice but also complex multiple choice, short filling up to say question. Thing that is mentioned in the national examination, what is measured in the exam, in the achievement in curriculum competence, visit of mystery of material in the subject. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 10 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the replay speaker, Marco Julianto Asbano. Please deliver your speech.
Okay, thank you. Our conclusion is the application of ATM eliminates what students have learned in subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, sociology, and etc. the final objective of the minimum competency assessment is an effort to answer the challenge of the times and prepare students for the future. In the future, we cannot only work in one area. Even in the present, we will take the fight with technology and others. It is more efficient. It turns out that our knowledge is no longer relevant, so we have to move or look for other skills and so on. The prediction of in the future is that students who graduate this year can move for 5 fields of work in the future. They really change fields because their fields are no longer needed with technology that can replace them. This House regrets in the implementation of ATM is to deny the integration of other learning subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, sociology, and etc. Thank you.
The replay speech of the opposition span 3 minutes and 26 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government replay speaker, Elizabeth Karisabate. Please, courage.
Thank you. Let me give you our argument in brief. Based on the motion, why we should propose the motion. We totally do agree with this motion. We have third argument to be argued. The first, the adoption of minimum competency assessment is mark of paradigm shift in educational evaluation and an improvement in the education evaluation system. The main objective is to encourage the improvement of the quality of learning outcomes of students' learning. Second, every school is obligated to part in the minimum competency assessment because this program is a form of evaluation from the government to assess the quality of education service in education units with the aim of improving and enhancing the quality of learning of students on an ongoing basis. The third, minimum competency assessment needs to be done to improve the quality of education, improve the quality of teaching and learning that will improve student learning outcomes, and so what should be the main goals of schools, namely the development of student competence and character. These arguments are supported by some example given by government peer. That's all, and thank you for your attention.
The replay speech of the government spanned 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Now the debate has ended. Already did their best. Please give them out all the speaker. And I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. Now I call Team 3 and Team 4 take the motion lottery. I want to remind you debaters, for the next POIs to be 15 seconds after the first POI. Okay, you have 10 minutes to prepare. Please welcome Team 3 and Team 4. And the motion of this session is the implementation of minimum character assessment eliminates what students have learned in subjects such as biology, chemistry, and sociology. Please welcome SMAN 1 Inerie and SMAN 1 BAJAWA. SMAN 1 BAJAWA as the government team and SMAN 1 Inerie as the opposition team. Okay, in government team, we have Laurencia Maria Carmelita Milo as the first speaker, Bonifacius Francisco da Santos Deo as the second speaker, and Giovanni Denli Manuel Watu as the third speaker. The speaker is Bonifacius Francisco da Santos Deo. In opposition team, we have Faustina Lino as the first speaker, Ferdinando Straga as the second speaker, and Juliana Gudinita Ilo as the third speaker. The replaced speaker is Faustina Lino. Now to open the debate, I summon the first speaker of the government. Please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce our team. I am Laurencia Maria Carmelita Milo. I am the first speaker.
Bonifacius Francisco Deo, last speaker.
I'm Giovanni Stanley Manuel Watu as the third speaker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, educators. Thank you for all. Yeah. Today we are debating the motion. This House believes that the implementation of EKM should need the integration of other learning subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, and sociology. AKM is a learning survey to evaluate and map the supporting aspects of the quality of learning in the school environment. AKM in 2021 is carried out.
For the audience, please keep silent.
Carried out as a new basic mapping of the quality of education that is real in in the file so that there are no consequences for schools or students. The Ministry of Education and Culture
Interruption.
not
What do you think about the implementation of AQM eliminate what students have learned in subjects such as biology, chemistry, sociology?
Thank you. I have been explained that. Yeah. Can you wait a moment? Okay, let me continue. The Ministry of Education and Culture will assist school and education by providing a report on the result and assessment explaining the strength profile and areas of improvement in school and region. Primary and secondary education were introduced with a new system and assessment, namely the minimum competency assessment or AKM. Assessment instruments, literacy and numeracy are intended to measure the minimum competencies or fundamental abilities required of students, results of profession and future aspiration. Literacy and numeracy are the competencies that are developed across subjects by measuring literacy and numeracy. The objective of the national assessment is to obtain an overview to the essential characteristics of an effective school, only showing what should be the main goal of school without paying attention to gap cognitive abilities of each child.
Interruption.
Subject education in 21st century must be able to ensure that students have learning and motivation.
Interruption. What the meaning of literacy and numeracy? Okay, let me summarize my point. Reading literacy is definitely ability to understand, use, evaluate, and reflect on various types of writing text. Numeration is ability to think using mathematical concepts, produce facts, and tools. Okay, let me continue my point.
the US best tip for the 21st century skill identifies the competencies needed in the 21st century are the four C's as communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Skills are developed through critical thinking and problem-solving skills, communication skills, creativity and innovation skills, and collaboration skills. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Speaker, the first speaker of the government, spends 7 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thanks for the times are given to us.
Attention please. All the debaters are not allowed to bring your mobile phone with you. Untuk para tidak diperkenankan untuk membawa handphone ke depan. Responsibilities of government and someone the first speaker Thursday.
Thanks for the times are given to us. Before we presentation our materials today, we want to introduce ourselves. My name is Faustina Lino as the speaker one, and the both of my friends on the left me, Ferdinandus Rangka as the speaker two, and Juliana Guirintailo as the speaker three. We are from Mineria Senior High School. The juries and all my friends. Assessment competency minimum is minimum competency assessment is a competency that is required for all students to be able to develop their capacity and participate positively in the community. We disagree if the implementation of AKM eliminates what students have learned in subjects such as biology, chemistry, sociology. AKM continues to run without eliminating the national exam. Therefore,
audience, please keep silent.
Therefore, as students, we do apply in public and private universities. The Indonesian government, through the Ministry of Education and Culture, has made various innovations in the educational system, including the national examination, which has been changed to the national assessment, known as the minimum competency assessment or assessment competency minimum. The purpose of the assessment. Is to ensure that a minimum level of clinical competency is demonstrated that would enable safe and effective clinical practice. It is vitally important that practitioners can access competently. Practitioners should gather sufficient information using the paneling process to be able to come to an accurate problem diagnosis or state understanding. This AKM adopts the form of international assessment standards such as the assessment carried by BASA Program for International Student Assessment. AKM will assess students' abilities in the fields of numeracy and literacy, not subject-based as in the proposed exam. AKM no longer takes the form of multiple choice questions but adopts the form of questions based on higher order thinking styles. AKM will be held for students in grade 5, 8, and 11 who are randomly selected by the government system from the Ministry of Education and Culture, meaning the AKM is not used to determine student gradation. The rules of the AKM will be used as an assessment of school quality, which will be compared with the result of assessment from other schools in one province and also with other schools throughout Indonesia. To pass each level of education, all students will follow the final assessment process at the end of each level, which is in class 6, 8, 9, and 11, and the schools are given the authority to have our policies following and the government rules and regulations. The AKM currently provides more benefits for students at the schools because they are used to have daily learning process which focus on practicing and complementing tests that require high-order thinking skills, not just memorizing, also supported by various exams for the Cambridge curriculum that also required the ability to solve questions that challenge the numerical and literacy skills. The AKM is very relevant to the system of Cambridge assessment.
POI.
Yes, please.
Why AKM doesn't start?
No more PI. I'm for PI. Sorry. Sir, please continue your speech.
The AKM currently provides more benefits for students at Dainet Mega schools because they are used to have daily learning process while focus on practicing and complementing tests that require high-order thinking skills, not just memorizing. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 21 seconds.
Cek. Baik, saya minta perhatiannya sebentar. Kami dari tim juri dan juga timekeeper, kami minta yang pertama tentunya kita menghargai ya, saling menghargai untuk teman-teman peserta lomba yang sedang berdebat. Tadi saya melihat di belakang ya sangat mengganggu ya. Kalau memang ada hal-hal yang mau disampaikan, bisa hubungi teman-teman panitia di luar ya. Jangan ribut di dalam. Saya lihat tadi itu bukan hanya peserta ya, bukan hanya anak-anak SMA tadi. Ada juga guru-guru pendamping. Jadi sekali lagi saya minta ada hal-hal ya yang mungkin kurang berkenan, bisa menghubungi panitia di luar ruangan ini ya. Bisa dipahami ya untuk kita semua? Oke, baik. Terima kasih.
Examine the case of the government. I summon the second speaker of the government. Please deliver your speech.
Thank you for the time. In order to prepare students with 21st century skills, and the government will conduct
Excuse me, can you speak louder?
minimum ability assessment (AKM) in 2021, which includes assessment on reading and numeracy literacy, assessment of the ability to reason using language, reading literacy, and assessment of reasoning skill using mathematics, numeracy. Reading literacy is not just the ability to read literally without knowing the content, meaning of the reading, but the ability to understand reading concepts. Meanwhile, numeration is not just the ability to count, but the ability to apply the concept of calculation in a context, but both abstract and real. AKM can produce skills maps about reading literacy and numeracy of students in grades 5, 8, and 11, which can be used to improve the learning process in educational units. Therefore, the question
Description. What's challenge in teaching of the AKM? What's challenge in teaching of the AKM?
You repeat your question.
What's challenge in teaching of AKM?
Can you please repeat your question one more time?
What's challenge in teaching of AKM?
With AKM, memorizing material that are given will not be effective like we used to do. Students will find this as something new because they were taught since they were kids to write down and memorize what the teacher explained. Teachers will also be a challenge for them because they need to teach them how to literacy and numeration. Thank you. Let me continue my point. The question is developed by 2023 minimum competency assessment question developed designed for AKM are contextual, various forms of question, measurable problem solving, competencies, and stimulus. That the application of AKM eliminates what students have learned in subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, biology, and others. In my opinion, AKM is no longer evaluating individual student achievement for various subjects. However, the implementation of AKM only evaluates and maps the education system in the form of process, input, and portrait of service and performance of each school. This would be unfair. Schools with minimal facilities, low socioeconomic conditions, lack of student literacy culture, so the input, process, and learning outcome will be efficient. AKM focuses on literacy and numeracy, which cause a decrease in children's learning motivation towards.
Description.
Yes, please.
Can you give an example for the implementation AKM?
you repeat the question one more time?
Can you give an example for the implementation ATM?
Thank you for the question. I feel that has been explained by the first speaker. Implementation of AKM is by testing our literacy and numeracy skill. That is all. There is little to nothing that contains literacy and numeric on biology studies. So in certain subjects, on the education system, AKM will deny integration. That is all. Thank you.
Second speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 25 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition side to deliver your speech.
Thanks for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, assessment competition minimum is minimum competition assessment is a competition that is required for all students to be able to develop their capacity and participate positively in the community. We disagree if the application of AKM makes it difficult for students when applying to public and private universities. AKM continues to run without eliminating the national exam. Implement without elimination national exam. Therefore, a student will to apply in public and private universities. The Indonesian government, through the Ministry of Education and Culture, has made various innovations in the educational system, including the national examination, which has been changed to the national assessment known as the minimum competition assessment.
Yeah. AKM only uses two skills. There are literacy and numeracy. What's the purpose of learning biology if there is little to nothing in AKM? Thank you.
Once
AKM only uses two skills. There are literacy and numeracy. What's the purpose of learning biology if there is little to nothing in AKM standard?
Okay. The purpose of the ATM is to ensure that minimum level the significant competency is demonstrated that will enable safe and effective culinary practice. It is especially important that practitioners can assess competency.
That doesn't answer my question. My question is, what's the purpose of learning biology if there is nothing if there is little to nothing in AKM standard? That's my question. I didn't ask you what the meaning of AKM.
The purpose of the assessment, the minimum competency assessment, is an assessment of the basic competency needed by all students to be able to develop their own capacities and participate positively in the community.
That still didn't answer my question.
Once again,
AKM only uses two skills that are literacy and numeracy. What's the purpose of learning biology if there is little to nothing in AKM standard?
ATM knowledge takes the form of multiple choice question but adopts the form of question based of higher order thinking skill.
Like I just said, biology doesn't use critical mindset. Biology uses memorizing theory. Biology uses memorizing body part of human. For example, there is nothing about literacy and numeracy. Thank you.
Numeracy and literacy is the knowledge and skill to use various kinds of numbers and symbols relates to basic mathematics to solve practical problems in various contexts of everybody life and be clean case information present in virus from grape. Thank you. This AKM adopts from the of international assessment standards such as this assessment carried out by PISA Program for International Student Assessment. AKM will assess student abilities in the fields of numeracy and literacy, not subject-based as in the profiles exam. AKM no longer take the form of multiple choice question but adopt the form of question based on higher order thinking skills. The AKM currently provides more benefits for students at Mika schools. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of the opposition came spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government team to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the change. We are still stay with our motion. This House believes that the implementation of AKM is to deigning the integration of other learning subjects such as implementation of biology, physics, chemistry, sociology. Here there are some points, that is, firstly, with measure literacy and numeration, AKM encourage teachers for our subject to be focused on developing reading competence and think logically and systematically. Second, minimum competence assessment measure general capabilities that can be applied largely in an aspect. This basic competence is important to be learned by our student and unit of education so that it can build by learning of multi-curriculum materials across the subject. Third, the quality of unit education is based on the result of student learning, basically from literacy and numeration. Minimum competence assessment help us to improve teaching and learning process and the quality of unit education. Not measure to every subject student learn, but the overall subject which is integrated to literacy and numeration. Why the problem with understanding is the application of AKM eliminates what students have learned in subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, sociology, and others. Competence in systematic reading and logical thinking. Yes, right. The national assessment only focused on searching the quality of its school. Yes, please.
Can you give an correct and date that AEM?
Can you repeat again?
Can you give an correct and date that AEM?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Can you give a correct and date that ATM?
I'm sorry, I'm understanding we cannot understand your question. May I continue my point? The national assessment only focused on assuring the quality of each school. Each school is assessed based on basic student learning outcomes, namely literacy, numeracy, and character, so that children are no longer talents to learn. AKM makes a children feel more related. The assessment is only the form of a sample of students. The deepening of material for other subjects such as religion, English, social student, and other subjects is not important for students. And mathematics and the basic change in the minimum competence assessment is that it now gave them the basic change longer evaluate individual student achievement, but evaluate and map the education system in the form of process input and portraits of surface and performance of each school. This would be unfair. Schools with minimal facilities, low socio-economic condition, lack of students be on fire, literacy culture, so the input process and learning outcomes will be in faith. Thank you. That's all.
The third speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 40 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the time. This AGM adopts reform in international assessment standards, such as the assessment carried out by PISA Program for International Student Assessment. AGM will assess students' abilities in the fields of numeracy and literacy, not subject basis as in the previous exam. AGM no longer takes the form of multiple choice questions but adopts the form of questions based on high order thinking skill. The result of the AGM will be used as an assessment of schools' quality, which will be compared with the result of assessment from other schools in one province and also with other schools throughout Indonesia. To post each level of education, all students will follow the final assessment process at the end of each level, and the schools are given authority to have own policies following government rules and regulations. The AGM currently provides more benefits for students at Diatmatika schools because they are used to have daily earning process with focus and tracking and complementing tasks that require high content thinking skill, not just memory. Also supported by various exams from the curriculum that also require the ability to solve questions that challenge the numerical and literacy skills. The AGM is very relevant to the system of
POI.
nothing. The AGM is very relevant.
POI.
Yes, please.
You are validating our point. The deepening of material for other subjects such as religion, the form of a sample of students, English social students, and other subjects is not important for students.
Once again.
You are validating my point, our point. The deepening of material for other subjects such as religion, English, social student, and other subject is not important for student.
Okay? Because of ATM makes it difficult from students when applying to public and private universities. Thank you. The ATM currently provides more benefits for students at Daymatika School because they are used to have daily earning process with focus on practicing and complementing tasks that require high order thinking skill, not just memorization.
POI.
Thanks. Also supported by various exams.
POI.
No thanks.
Attention please. POI should be 15 seconds after the first POI.
Also supported by various exams from the complete curriculum that also require the ability to solve questions, the challenge, the numerical and literacy skill. The ATM is very relevant to the system of
POI.
No, thanks. The ATM is very relevant.
POI.
No, thanks. The ATM is relevant to the system of Cambridge assessment. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition team spent 6 minutes and 2 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for their reply speech to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the time. The juries and all my friends is to ensure that a minimum level of clinical competency is demonstrated that would enable safe and effective clinical practice. It is vitally important that practitioners can access competency. Practitioners should gather sufficient information using the funding process to be able to come to an accurate, probable diagnosis or set understand. The meaning of literacy and numeracy is the knowledge and skill to use various kinds of numbers and symbols relative to basic mathematics to solve practical problems in various contexts of everyday life and analyze information present in various. Thanks for attention.
The reply speech of the opposition spanned 1 minute and 18 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Thank you for your time. In conclusion, this House still believes that the application of ACAM eliminates what students have learned in subjects such as biology, physics, chemistry, sociology, and others. In my opinion, AKM is no longer evaluating individual student achievement for various subjects. However, the implementation of AKM only evaluates and maps the education system in the form of process input and portrait of surface and performance of each school. This would be unfair. Schools with minimal facilities, low socioeconomic conditions, lack of students literacy culture, so the input, process, and learning outcomes will be inefficient. AKM focuses on literacy and numeracy, which causes a decrease in children learning motivation toward other subjects. Memorizing material that are given will not be effective like we used to do. Students will find this as something new because they were taught since they were kids to write down and memorize what the teacher explained. The minimum of competency assessment is that it no longer evaluates individual student achievement, but evaluates and maps the education system in the form of process input and portrait of surface and performance of each school. Like I said earlier, lack of students' literacy culture, so the input of process and learning outcome will be inefficient. Thank you. That is all.
The reply speech of the government spanned 1 minute and 50 seconds. And now the debate has ended. All the debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. The next session, I call for and 6. Please take the lottery of promotion. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Please welcome SMAN Katolik Regina Pacis and SMAN 1 Bolewa Were. The motion in this section is this House will prioritize the distribution of COVID-19 vaccine in the street vendors. Government team, we have Maria F.N. Niki as the first speaker, Yonanda Dekani as the second speaker, Francisca M. Soli as the third speaker, and the replaced speaker is Maria F.N. Niki. Acting as the opposition team from SMAN 1 Were, we have Yosefina Lobo as the first speaker, Patronisius Diva as the second speaker, and Ferdinanda Maria Libinaitu as the third speaker. But before we start the debate, I will remind once again everyone in this room to maintain order and keep silent during the debate. Please turn off your mobile phone, pager, or any sound-producing device that may disrupt the debate. And please do not enter or leave the room during speech. Now, to open the debate, someone the first speaker of government team, please deliver the speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants, especially the opposition team. So ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us say thanks to the Almighty God. Because of His blessing and grace, we can come and join in English debate competitions in a good condition. So ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is, this House will prioritize the distributions of COVID-19 vaccine to the street vendors. So ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, we take 3 keywords or 3 definitions. The first is prioritize, and the second is street vendors, and the last is distributions of COVID-19 vaccine. The first, prioritize. Prioritize, considered more important, necessary, or emphasizes some things than others. And street vendors is a term to refer to the mechanism who carry out commercial activities on the area belonging to the road sidewalk, which supposedly it's for pedestrians. And the third is distributions of COVID-19 vaccine. Distributions of COVID-19 vaccine is the effort to distribute the coronavirus vaccines or COVID-19 vaccines to citizens in Indonesia as an effort to resolve pandemic cases. So ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team totally agree with this motion that this House will prioritize the street vendors, the distributions of COVID-19 to the street vendors. We have 5 points and arguments why we agree with this motion. The first point and arguments is the street vendors are the people who have low personal income as the economic actors. The second point and arguments is the distributions of COVID-19 vaccines to the street vendors is an effective policy to support the stability of the national economy. The third point and arguments, the distributions of COVID-19 vaccine to the street vendors is the policy to break down the spread of COVID-19. The fourth point and arguments is, this is a government program or policy to break the chains of the spread of COVID-19. And the last point and arguments is, government policy to prioritize street vendors to be vaccinated is to maintain the stability of the community economy. So ladies and gentlemen, the first, second, and third arguments will be explained by me, Nadila, as a Prime Minister. The fourth and fifth arguments will be explained by Yuan as the Deputy of Prime Minister, and our arguments will be concluded by our government whip, Mesa. Ladies and gentlemen, to limit our conversations, we take the parameter in our country, Indonesia. Based on the status quo, that since November 2020, Indonesia's government began distributing vaccine to all corners of the country with an initial stage of 1 million doses. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will going to explain our first argument. The first argument, the street vendors are the people who have a low personal income at the economic actors. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that the street vendors, yes please?
We are the main target for the vaccination.
We talk, okay, I get your point. So we talk about the distributions of COVID-19 vaccine to the street vendors. It means that now street vendors as a priority. Thank you. Now I will go in. We know that, ladies and gentlemen, that the street vendors categorized as a low economic income, which with the total number of street vendors throughout Indonesia, based on data from the Indonesia Street Vendors Association, is 22.9 million. The majority of which is micro business. This means that there's a lot of street vendors, ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, and also proves that they have been difficult to face the current situation with economic crisis during the pandemic because they lost a lot of buyers as their economic resources. Because the policy from the government that one of them is social restriction. Ladies and gentlemen, with a low economic income, street vendors must still work to fulfill their needs of their families, even though this is economic crisis situation. Why street vendors must be prioritized? The first, ladies and gentlemen, as an economic actors, they must sell in the public places, and of course must face with many people, and this makes them have a high risk to affected to this virus. And the second is, they don't have a protection such as personal protective equipment or PPE, or we call as APD. With the low economic income, it would be hard for them to fulfill or to have the PPE to protect them to this virus. It means this makes them more easier to affected to this virus, ladies and gentlemen, and also being transmitters of this virus. The second point arguments, ladies and gentlemen, the distributions of COVID-19 vaccine to the street vendors is an effective policy to support the stability of the national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the street vendors can feel safely, and people can feel safer by a good or commodity that street vendors sell, so that it can have a positive effect on the community's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, so far, many people feel afraid to buy goods or commodity from the street vendors or roadside trader. Because what? Because their fear of being exposed to this virus and as long feeling unsterile. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what caused the street vendors must be prioritized to get this vaccine. Some of the street vendors are forced to close their business and then experience an economic crisis because they are lost a lot of buyers or targets. Yes, please.
Why do the health board?
Time for PI is so please continue the speech.
Okay, I will continue my speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's why street vendors must get prioritized to the distributions of COVID-19 vaccine. Because when they already give the vaccinated, it can make them and all the economic community in this country will be good, ladies and gentlemen. And then, on the third point in arguments is the distributions of COVID-19 vaccine to the street vendors is the policy to break down the spread of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the street vendors is sale in the public places, of course, they must meet a lot of people. And if they meet a lot of people, it makes them more easier to affect this virus and the new cluster of the COVID-19 virus. That's why the street vendors must be prioritized, ladies and gentlemen. And at the end of the day, we from the government team once again totally agree with this motion. Thank you.
The first speaker of government spent 7 minutes and 14 seconds. To respond the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition side to deliver the speech.
Okay, thanks for the time that given for us, the honorable jury debate, the honorable timekeeper, and all participants. Before we say our argument, permit us to introduce our team. We come from SMAN 1 Golewawere. Now I want to explain again this house will prioritize the street vendors, the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. Street vendors are traders who don't have a permanent business location. The business location of street vendors usually more around.
That's point, ma'am. Okay, so you say that the street vendors don't have a permanent place to shell their business. Now my questions. It means that you agree with us as the government teams that the street vendors it's more easier to affect it because they must to sell from one place to another place. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 1 minute. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the government. Please deliver the speech.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeepers, and also all of the participants in this debate competition, especially the opposition team. The opposition team mentioned about the street vendors have no place to sell their product. But as we know, the opposition team once again agree with our argument because the Prime Minister mentioned about the street vendors sell their product from one place to another place. It means that they sell their product in public place. So I will continue to explain the next argument from our team. The next argument from our team is this is a government policy or program to break the chain of the spread of COVID-19. Street vendor must be priorities because this is one of the government policies to stop the spread of the coronavirus. The government put them in the first place because, as we know, during this pandemic, many companies are closed. Even so, employees with a permanent job, such as teacher or civil servant, still have an income. They work, even though they work from home. But what will be happen with the people have no income, like street vendors? They have to sell every day because they able to make ends meet. They should be prioritized for the vaccination program. Yes, please.
Why do street vendors who must first resort COVID-19 vaccination?
Oh, thank you for the question from the opposition team. Why the street vendors must be priorities to receive the vaccination program? Because as we know, the street vendors move from one place to another place, and then they sell their product in another public place. So that's why the street vendors must be priority. So I will continue to explain the next argument. They should be priorities for the vaccination program because they work every day and they interact with the community the most. So the spread of the coronavirus will be higher. Based on data from Compass.com, as published on 19 February 2021, stated in the second phase of the vaccination program, the government prioritizes the vaccination for traders, especially the street vendors, because they interact with consumers the most. For example, street vendors selling children's snacks, where we know that children are easily to being infected with the coronavirus. When the street vendors move from one place to another place, it's not impossible that they will be infected with the coronavirus. Then it will spread to buyers, especially children who are susceptible or easily to infected by this virus. If the street vendors are not priorities for vaccination, it will further increase the spread of the coronavirus. And also, street vendors sell in public place. They will likely interact with a large number of people. And also, street vendors have to keep working to make ends meet. So they cannot work from home because they are the ones who have to find buyers. The street vendors have an uncertain income. As a result, they have to work and operate every day on the street and move from one place to another place. So that's why they should be priorities for vaccination because the risk of transmission is greatest on them because they interact with the community the most and often move from one place to another place. The next argument from our team is government policy to prioritize the street vendors to be vaccinated is to maintain the stability of the community, of the economic condition of the community. When we know that currently the economic condition is less stable because during this pandemic, a lot of people are afraid to do activities outside at home. But the street vendors have to keep working because they belong to the community with low personal income. Street vendors should be vaccinated first, which is the most suitable culture because back to the first point, they are the ones they interact with the community the most and tend to move from one place to another place. In addition, the goods that are sold by street vendor are daily necessities needed by the community. For example, there are people who cannot afford to shop at shop or markets due to difficult economic conditions. They can buy their daily needs from street vendor who continue to operate every day. Thus, this policy is the main key to maintain the stability of the economic condition of the people. We also know that through small traders like street vendors, the wheels of the country economy will run. Because business actors have an important role in the economic condition of the nation. Starting from them, food will create a balanced economy and lead to more successful and advantageous business. Therefore, the government policy to prioritize the street vendors is the right decision and is the most effective step to stop the spread of the pandemic. So that's why we as the government team totally agree with this.
Second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the opposition side. Please deliver the speech.
Thanks for the time given for us, the Honorable Jury Debate, the Honorable Timekeeper, and all participants. I want to explain again that this House will prioritize the street vendors, the distribution of COVID-19 vaccination. We from the opposition team reinforce arguments from the opinions of team strongly disagree with the mission we are debating this afternoon because the main case of the patient is the lady health work. The priority in the compilation is the elderly. Why? Because Lindsay has a low immune system so that he is vulnerable to constant contracting COVID-19. Based on data from the COVID-19 healing commitment and the national economic, proving there are 15.7% positive COVID-19 based on coming from the elderly group and also
14.7% cases did are early. Repeat from Compasscom that the head of the COVID-19 vaccination team, the board of the Indonesia Doctors Association, Professor Dr. Iris Reganis, SPPI, stated the implement of elderly people to get vaccination. The COVID-19 mortality rate in the elderly group is very based on from the COVID-19 building talk Indonesian positive confirmation
On that
cases.
point, sir,
Yes.
the opposition team stated elderly group must be prioritized, but they don't have to face a lot of people, right? So why they must be prioritized? That's all I'm thinking.
Okay, thanks. Because Lindsay has a low immune system so that he is vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. Thank you.
But back to the question from me, but they don't have faced a lot of people, right?
This once again.
The opposition team stated elderly group must be prioritized, but they don't, as we know, they do not face or meet a lot of people, right? So why? So that's why they do not prioritize. It means that the street vendors must be prioritized.
Okay, thanks. The government or the Ministry of Health provides social was the main target for receiving vaccination, namely updating vaccination date from the minister. Thank you.
Please continue your speech.
Okay, I will continue again. COVID-19 mostly rate in the elderly group is very high based on death from the COVID-19 ending task force. Indonesian positive confirmation cases attack the elderly event this gay group recon did from COVID-19 departing from the date above, the Minister of Health process the elderly to be vaccination first. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes 3 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government. Please deliver your speech.
Okay, I will speak in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators, timekeeper, and also all participants in this debate, especially for the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said that the priorities of distribution of COVID-19 vaccine to the elderly people. But as we know, ladies and gentlemen, elderly people is not a productive age. Productive age is 15 until 59 age old. So, if elderly people must be priorities of the vaccination, the elderly people do not have to work. They do not include in the productive age, so they do not have to meet with many people, and then their potential to be infected with the COVID-19 disease is little. So, for all our argument, it can be concluded that street vendors has low economic income, so they must receive vaccination. Yes, please.
Why do health workers have to be the first because their job is to treat sick people?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said that why the health workers cannot be the priorities of the vaccination. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, the health workers, of course, have personal protective equipment, so they can save their health to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 disease. Okay, next. The lack of turnover and people present power in the pandemic has been the cause of the decline in the economic level of street vendors. Nearly more than half of the population from Indonesia work in the informal sector. The total number of street vendors throughout Indonesia based on the data from the Indonesian Street Vendors Association is 22.9 million, the majority of which are micro-businesses. Informal workers are one of the group vulnerable to contracting the COVID-19 disease. Quotas from the national team for the acceleration of the poverty reduction website on September 4, 2020, the informal economic refers to all economic activities by workers and economic units which in law or in practice are not adequately covered by the formal arrangement. This includes workers without social protection or other formal arrangement in informal sector enterprises. No, thank you. Namely, street vendors. As many as 68% of Indonesian population is categorized as poor and vulnerable to economic shocks, and most of them are industrial and service sector workers as informal workers without protection, both physical and social at work. They are vulnerable to the impact of the COVID-19, whether it's It is, in fact, with the virus due to limited access to personal protective equipment or APD. In addition, the social restriction that exists during this pandemic also exacerbated the
uncertainty of their daily income. Of course, these street vendors have families who have needs that must be met, especially their children who go to school. Due to the decline in economic level, parents will find it very difficult to pay school fees, so their students can drop out of school or students are forced to help with their parents work during a pandemic. Next, ladies and gentlemen, distribution vaccination for the street vendors to stabilize the economy of country. Street vendors are also the nation economy actors. So street vendors also have an important role in the stability of the country economy. As we know, during this pandemic, many companies or offices were closed. Even so, employees with permanent jobs such as teachers or civil servants still have income even though they work from home. But what about the people who are forced to keep working even during this pandemic? One of which is street vendors. They have to sell every day to be able to make ends meet. Street vendors usually work in various places that are full of crowds. This will make the street vendors very attractive to pedestrians or buyers. And ladies and gentlemen, as we know, one of the places that the street vendors must work is destination place. But as we know, the destination place is one place that have a large potential to spread of COVID-19. And that is impossible, right? To the government to close all of the destination. So the destination also have to open to have a foreign exchange. So the government can provide the large social assistance fund. Okay, next, the distribution of vaccination for street vendors aims to break the chain of the spread of COVID-19 disease. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the definition, namely street vendors are the term to refer to merchants who carry out commercial activities on the road belonging to the area which is intended for pedestrians. Then, street vendors are jobs that have a lot of interaction with the community, and street vendors also have to work almost all time and all day because their work requires them to meet with people or buyers and be around crowded places. And working almost every day, street vendors have a huge potential for contracting the COVID-19 disease and can become spreader of the COVID-19 disease. So, ladies and gentlemen, therefore, we from the government team very agree with the motion. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government team spent 7 minutes and 4 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the time that given for us, the Honorable Jury Debat, the Honorable Timekeeper, and all participants. And I want to explain again that this whole world priorities the street vendors, the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. This vaccine is done to prevent or reduce the event of infection that causes disease. I disagree with this motion because, in my opinion, health workers should be the main target for vaccination. But ordinary sickness, and because they are infected with the coronavirus, if they themselves are infected with the coronavirus, it is no longer possible for them to give vaccination to the public or state vendor. According to the government,
unemployment
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation about the hard workers. But back to our first argument that the hard workers have personal productive equipment and they have income for the government. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I will continue again. According to the government's recommendation, the target risk-paying of the vaccine in the first phase are health work assistants, and students who are currently undergoing health professional education. And in the second stage, SN are 70.4 million of public officers, 20.5 million for the elderly. The priority in the competition is the elderly. Why? Because Lancy has a low immune system so that he is vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. Based on the based on data from the COVID-19 no on the COVID-19 holding committee and the national economic recovery there are 15.7 no positive COVID-19 based of coming from the elderly group and also 14.7% cases that are elderly. The COVID-19 mortality rate in the elderly group is very high. No. I visit on date from the COVID-19 holding task force for 10.7%. In addition, positive confirmed cases attack the elderly. Even this gay group recorded from COVID-19, departing from the death pool, the Minister of Health priorities the elderly to be vaccinated first. Evidence that government or the Minister of Health priorities social as the main target for receiving vaccination, namely updating vaccination date from the Minister of Health on April the number of already who have been vaccinated against action, namely state. I think that's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 40 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for their replaced speaker to deliver the speech. The replaced speaker, please give your speech. The replaced speaker, please give your speech. The time start now.
Okay, now I want to give the conclusion of the motion. Street vendors are traders who do not have a permanent business location. The business location of street vendors usually more around of are not fixed. Meanwhile, business are antigens substances that are used to product immunity against this disease. This vaccination is done to prevent or reduce the effect of infection that cause the priority in composition is the elderly because has allowed system so that he is vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. The COVID-19 most rarely rate in the elderly group is very high based on data from the COVID-19 handling. Indonesian positive confirmed cases attack the elderly, even this group record. Evidence that government of Ministry of Health priorities social as the main target for receiving vaccines, namely updating vaccination date from the Ministry of Health. The number of elderly who have been vaccinated against action, namely state.
Is it over or do you want to continue?
According to the government recommendation, the target recipients of the vaccination is the first phase are assistants, and students who are currently undergoing health professional education. And in the second stage, as many 70.4 million for public officials.
The reply speech of the opposition spanned 4 minutes and 20 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, timekeeper, the adjudicators, chairperson, and all of the participants, especially from the opposition team. So ladies and gentlemen, the first I would like to give on the first point, the opposition team mentions about the street vendors doesn't have a permanent business location. It means that they want to from one place to another place. But it means they agree with our arguments that the street vendors when sell in a public place and want to from one place to another place, so they more effective, they more easier to affect it to this virus. And then on the second point, they mentions about the elderly peoples must to be prioritized, but it was rebutted by our second speaker or our deputy prime minister that state that elderly peoples, even they have a low immune, but at least they don't have to face a lot of people. But street vendors, they must face a lot of people, and it makes them more easier to affected to this virus. And on their third point, there mentions about health workers. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the health workers have a personal protective equipment. So it means that they know what is the SOP to handle the patient. So, but it was rebutted again by our government whip that say that they have a PPE, but back again to our first arguments that the street vendors have a low personal income, so they cannot fulfill the PPE. So ladies and gentlemen, why we as the government teams must win this debate? The first, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the street vendors have a low personal income. It means that they, in the current situation, in the crisis economic like that, they must fulfill their families' needs. With the current situation, with the current status quo that now we in the economic crisis, they must fulfill their families' needs. So it means they must always work in this situation. So this is why, ladies and gentlemen, they must be prioritized to this vaccine. And then they have, with the low economic income, they can fulfill the PPE or personal protective equipment. So it makes them more easier to affect it to this virus. And this is the government policies, ladies and gentlemen, to break the chain of this coronavirus, to break the chains of this pandemic. That's why, because the street vendors sell in the public places. It means that they have to meet a lot of people. So when they are vaccinated, it means that it will be break the chains of this pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. But at the opposition teams, what have been brought to the floor by the opposition teams, it's too shallow to support their standing as the opposition teams. They even cannot evidence why these street vendors cannot be prioritized. It's why, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team must win this debate, because we give five strong points and arguments to support this motion. That's why we from the government team must win this debate, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day, I would like to say thanks for all of our participation, for the adjudicators, for the timekeeper, chairperson, and especially for the opposition team. Thanks for our participation today, and I'm sorry if something cannot be pleasured.
And that's all from me. See you next time. Thank you so much.
The replay speech of the government spent 3 minutes. Now the debate has ended. The debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. I call Team 7 and Team 8 to take your motion lot. Okay, please welcome SMAS Thomas Aquino Gulewa and SMA Citra Bakti. The motion in this section is, this House believes that the state's failure to address the pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Acting as government, we have SMA Citra Bakti, Paulinus Due as the first speaker, Simona Onewoli as the second speaker, Eleonora Efebrianti Mazu as the third speaker, and Simona Omevoli as the reply speaker. Acting as opposition team, we have Anastasia Gorontokan as the first speaker, Agatha Marcela Geleng as the second speaker, Natalia Putrinoi as the third speaker, and Anastasia Gorontokan as the reply speaker. Now to open the debate, I summon the first speaker of the government. Please deliver your speech.
Good morning all. At the first place again. At the first place, I give a thanks to my friends who introduce our time.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time that given to us. We are from Citra Bakti Senior High School. We will describe motion about the state's failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. We will act as government team. I'd like to introduce our team. My name is Simona Omewoli. You can call me Ona as second speaker. And on the right and on the left side of me,
My name is Paulinus Due. You can call me Paul as first speaker.
and on the right side of me,
My name is Eleonora Febrinianti Mazu. You can call me Febi as third speaker.
The motion today is this House believes that the state failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. A pandemic is an epidemic number of disease that has spread to various continents and countries, generally affects many people. The government has declared the COVID-19 pandemic a national distress. The pandemic situation in Indonesia has now improved until now, even getting out of control. Today, the official number of confirmed cases in Indonesia has surpassed the number of cases in China, which has a population first 5 times that of Indonesia. The number of cases in Indonesia continues to get the death rate continues to break records, and every day more and more health workers and doctors in Indonesia they from carrying out their duties.
POI, please.
No thanks. It means our government can be able to solve the result.
POI, please.
No thanks. Of the pandemic.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
How can you example government how to handle COVID-19?
Once again,
how can you example government how to handle COVID-19?
for example, our government looks like to slowly to give response and anticipate the spread of COVID-19. Firstly, lots of government states they make a lot of trip from a place to another place, and it make a big risk to our people who don't really know about COVID-19. Secondly, our government, especially from health department, is too slow to give some knowledge about COVID-19 to ordinary people. There are many victims caused of coronavirus. Here proves the state failure to address a pandemic. Friends, against humanity are certain acts that are purposely communicated as part of a widespread or systematic policy directed against civilians. Unlike war crimes, crimes against humanity can be communicated during. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition. Please deliver your speech.
Good morning, everybody. The Honorable, all the judicators, and all the audience. Thank you for the chance given to us to deliver the topic in the debating competition today. Before we debating, let me to introduction our team. I'm first speaker. My name is Anastasia Ekwasiola Andini Gorantokan.
And I am second speaker. My name is Agatha Marcela Chilieng.
And I am third speaker. My name is Natalia Putrinoi.
We are from Thomas Aquino Golewa Senior High School. We are opposition team. Thank you. This house believes that the state's failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. On many occasions, we hear the term of education. But what is education? How important of education to our countries, especially in Ngada Regency, and ourselves as a student? We know that education is reversed to a process by which attitudes and values. In this moment, education in Indonesia use that students use a curriculum of 13, which basically means that students have to be active rather than teacher. Because the 13th curriculum requires students to have the courage to express their opinions. There are 3 important elements, namely input, process, and output. The input, I mean that it's from the background of the students themselves. The process, that is where the students gain knowledge and receive knowledge from the teacher. Output is the result of learning. Disaster cannot be predicted when it will come, what form it will take with the existence of conflict does not mean a form of state crime against no thanks society, because this is truly no thanks a poor disaster not made. Yes, please.
Now our topic is the state failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. What you speak about education? Education
please continue your speech.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not serious the reading about education. Thank you.
That's
No.
all. Let's go.
POI time is over.
I'm sorry.
For the speaker, please continue your speech.
I, as the first speaker from the opposition team, my job is to explain the keywords and express the basis of our team's argument. Furthermore, there are three keywords from the basis of the arguments of the opposition team. The first, failed. The second was a pandemic, disaster, and the third was a state crime against. According to our sociolog, the three state crimes against human safety are seen from a juridical point of view, the definition. Thank you. Okay.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. The state's efforts are not on the target and no explicit. This proves that many people break the government's announcements like going out, not wearing a mask, not have a social distancing, and not washing hands. The vaccine distribution is low to many people. The vaccines distribution is too late, so many people not receive two vaccines until now. Lack of a clear. The government is not responsive and inconsistent in making and implementing policy. From the start of the pandemic to the present day, it is clear that the public mistake conveyed by the government to do prioritize protecting public health. Lack of a clear vision and strategy and correct understanding of pandemic science. The government decisions to hand over handling of the pandemic crisis to the COVID-19 control task force has failed to accelerate pandemic control. On the other hand, the task force for handling COVID-19 is not On the other hand, the task force for handling COVID-19 is not effective in responding to so many problems in the fight. According to Compass.com, Wednesday, 14 April 2021, COVID case 1 million 83,182 people. Thank you. PR, please. No thanks because our material to finish.
The second speaker of the government spent 4 minutes. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time and chance given to me. We from the opposition team say that we disagree with this motion. That failure to address a pandemic shall be considered as a crime against humanity. A pandemic is a number of cases of disease that has spread to various continents and countries, generally affecting many people. The opposition team has declared the COVID-19 pandemic a national disaster. The pandemic situation in Indonesia has not improved until now, even getting out of control. Today, the official number of confirmed cases in Indonesia has surpassed the number of cases in China, which has a population 5 times that of Indonesia. The number of cases in Indonesia continues to skyrocket. The death rate continues to break records, and every day,
please.
No thanks. Every day more and more health workers and doctors in Indonesia from carrying out their jobs.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. I disagree with today's motion because, in my opinion, the first is the government is
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
1 million people are sacrificed as the victims of this pandemic. There are a lot of people dead. What do you think about this fact?
Can you repeat again?
A million people are sacrificed as the victims of this pandemic. There are a lot of people dead. What do you think about this fact?
I think the pandemic situation in Indonesia has not improved until now, even getting out of control.
Once again,
I think The pandemic situation in Indonesia has not improved until now, even getting out of control. Thank you. I continue. I disagree with today's motion because, in my opinion, the government is responsive and consistent in making and implementing policies. From the start of the pandemic to the present day, it is clear that the public message conveyed by the government has priorities protecting public health. Lack of a clear vision and strategy and correct understanding of pandemic science. The government's decision to hand over handling of the pandemic crisis to the COVID-19 control task force does not fail to declare pandemic control. On the other hand, the task force for handling COVID-19 is effective in responding to so many problems in the field. The second is supervision of COVID-19 prevention and control policies in the field tends to be carried out by government officials who have competence in public health issues. That's all, and thank you.
Please continue your speech.
I disagree with today's motion because the government is responsive and consistent in making and implementing policies. From the start of the pandemic to the present day, it is clear that the public message conveyed by the government has priorities protecting public health. Lack of a clear vision and strategy and correct understanding of pandemic science. The government decision to hand over handling of the pandemic crisis to the COVID-19 control task force does not fail to declare pandemic control. On the other hand, the task force for handling COVID-19 is effective in responding to so many problems in the field. The second is supervision of COVID-19 prevention and control policies in the field tends to be carried out by government officials who have competence in public health issues. That's all, and thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes, 14 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thank you very much. However, not all public services have received the vaccine. As we know that the coronavirus spreads so fast. Today, the official number of the considered case in Indonesia has surpassed the number of cases in China, which has a population 5 times that of Indonesia. The number of cases in Indonesia continues to grow. Supervision of COVID-19 prevention and control policy in the fight tends to be carried out by government officials
who do not have competency in public health issues. Pandemic is an epidemic concurrent worldwide or over a verified area crossing international boundaries and usually affecting a larger number of people. Throughout history, there are virus pandemics that happen in the world, such as the Black Death in (1000, 13, 14, 6). Influenza in American pollen, Page fuel in that took 5,000. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 3 minutes. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech. The third speaker, please deliver your speech.
Thank you for the time and chance given to me. I don't agree with this motion because the Indonesian government has educated, readiness, and equipment to handle this COVID-19. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, also helped the team to accelerate the handling of this conflict named the Task Force for Handling COVID-19 and recognized by the head of BNPB Don Manado, Satgas RI spokesperson Professor Sasmito explained the form of Satgas responsibility, namely ensuring the public's right to obtain transparent information without being covered up regarding the COVID-19 case. Government process and develops vaccines to the public in accordance with the priority groups of the Indonesian government has made vaccination part of the COVID pandemic response
response tactics. The government only provides vaccines that are proved safe and clinical. Trials on December 3, 2020, the Minister of Health, deaths number 9807, 9806, 2020 has been signaled regarding the application of types of vaccination. For the implementation of COVID-19 vaccination in Indonesia, namely vaccines produced by PT Bio Farma AstraZeneca, China Performance Group Corporation, Moderna, Pfizer Inc., and BioNTech and Similar Biotechs. COVID-19 vaccine types of infection have arrived in Indonesia on September 6 to 2020 in as many as 1 million doses. The vaccine will be given to health workers. Evidence of the success of the COVID-19 vaccine in Indonesia is the decrease in the number of COVID-19 cases in Indonesia. This success is supported by the implementation of health protocols that are still running. Strategic steps other than those taken by the government in preparing to face COVID-19, namely including a number of health facilities such as a COVID-19 plus referral hospital. Initially, prepared 100 hospital plus government hospital and and 65 hospital and thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 5 minutes 30 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver the speech. The reply speaker of Thomas Aquino Senior High School, please deliver your speech.
Thank you for the chance given to us. In the chance, I will give to conclusion about the state's failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. A pandemic is an epidemic or number of cases of disease that has spread to various continents and countries, generally affecting many peoples. The government has declared the COVID-19 pandemic a national disaster. The Indonesia government has been working to increase preparedness to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. I disagree with today's motion because, in my opinion, first, the government has made countermeasures such as lockdown, the implementation of 3M, which was later developed into 5M and 3T. Second, another effort made by the government in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic is to coordinate between task force for handling COVID-19, starting from the national level to the sub-district or village level to support efforts to change the disciplinary behavior of health protocol. Third, the government temporarily closed flights to and from mainland China starting February 5th, 2020 last year. In addition, the government also limits mobility at home and abroad to prevent imported cases. That's all, and thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition spent 2 minutes. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speech to deliver the speech.
Thank you. We conclude that our government can be able to solve the rise of the pandemic victims. A pandemic is an epidemic number of cases of disease that has spread to various continents and countries, generally affecting many people. The government has declared the COVID-19 pandemic a national disaster. The pandemic situation in Indonesia has not improved until now, even getting out of control. We agree with our opinion. The government is not responsive and inconsistent to making and implementing mistakes committed by the government and implementing policy. For example, our government looks like to slowly to give response and trips and anticipate the spread of COVID-19. Firstly, lots of government steps, they make a lot of trips from a place to another place, and it makes a big risk to our people who don't reply no about COVID-19. Secondly, our government, especially for health department, is too slow to give some knowledge about COVID-19 to ordinary people. There are many victims caused of coronavirus. The vaccine distribution is too late, so many people not receive the vaccine until now. As we know that the coronavirus spread so fast. So, according to our group, the state's failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Thank you.
The reply speech of the government spanned 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Now the debate has ended. The debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room.
Ngecat rumah mertua yang banyak maunya.
Baik, untuk kita semua yang ada di dalam ruangan ini, sudah 4 session ya kita lewati. Sebelum kita melangkah atau melanjutkan ke sekolah yang berikut ya, peserta yang berikut, mungkin waktu selanjutnya kami persilakan untuk teman-teman panitia Baik, untuk penyampaian untuk teman adik-adik peserta dan juga guru pendamping, sekarang kita jeda dulu untuk istirahat siang, makan, sambil menunggu waktu selanjutnya.
Cek, satu, cek.
Cek, cek, satu,
Cek, 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 cek satu, cek dua, kalau boleh tiga, langsung empat. Oke. Satu dua, tes mic, tes mic, tes 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 mic, tes mic. Tes tes. Everybody put your hands up. Tes. Mic satu on, mic dua on. Mic tiga on. Mic empat on. Lima mic.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Persiapan untuk SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa dan SMA SMA 1 Riung Barat. Persiapan untuk SMA 1 Riung Barat dan SMA 2 Bajawa.
Okay, welcome back to English debate competition. I call Group 9 and Group 10. Please take the motion lottery. Please welcome SMAN Negeri 2 BAJAWA, SMAN 1 Riung Barat. Okay, the motion of this session is, this House believes that the implementation of character survey is evidence of the weakening of Pancasila. Acting as government team, we have SMA Negeri 2 BAJAWA with Maria Clarita Jami as the first speaker, Marianus Adrenio Babur as the second speaker, and Maurice Fengi as the third speaker. Reply speaker is Maria Clarita Jami. And acting as opposition team, we have Maria Gratia Paing as the first speaker, Johannes Francois Sarman as the second speaker, and Maria Hesliana Gauss as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria Gratia Paing. Now to open the debate, I summon the first speaker of the government team. Please deliver your speech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for time given to us to participate in English debate competition. We do like to introduce ourselves. I am the first speaker, Maria Clarita Jami, and beside me, Marianus Alderino Babur. He is a second speaker, and beside the second speaker is Maurice Fengi, and she is the third speaker. National assessment will be held in 2021. The fundamental change in the national assessment is evaluating in the assignment of individual students, but evaluating and mapping the education system in the form of input, process, and result. Assessment of minimal competencies is designed to measure the assignment.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. Character survey designed to measure student assignment from social emotional learning outcomes in the form of character pillars to print Pancasila student
Interruption,
profile.
please.
No thanks. A learning environment survey to evaluate and map the supporting aspect of the quality of learning in the school environment. Looking at the fact, in our country, there are still many violations of the Pancasila values in life.
Interruption, please.
Please.
Okay. Thanks for the chance given. I get 1 point from your argument. You say that survey characters is the proof, the weakness of the Pancasila. You know, based on the fact, from the survey character itself, he must survey one place, one student, and not to all students. So, the result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all students in Indonesia. You know that?
Yes, I know that. But looking at the fact, in our country, there are still many violations of the Pancasila values in life. For example, the debate on tolerance between religious communities, discrimination against certain race.
Interruption, please. You say that the discrimination, but it's all the fact. Now, we're talking about the Pancasila. You know all the Pancasila have 5 precepts. You know, 5 precepts, and all people in the Indonesian country follow the 5 precepts itself. Thank you.
Thank you. The application of the Pancasila values is carried out by all Indonesians as a manifestation of the philosophy of life of the nation, which is the way of life of every citizen.
You know, the survey characters, this survey on just just one place, you know. So, the result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all schools in Indonesia. So, you can same as the implementation, the survey character, same as with the Pancasila or 5 precept on the Pancasila.
The character trait is an effort to determine the condition of the diversity of character of students in school relate to the interaction based on Pancasila. The schools are required to play their roles and responsibilities to instill and develop good values and help students shape and build their good character. Character of education is directed to emphasize certain values such as respect, responsibility, honesty, caring, and fairness in helping students to understand, pay attention to, and apply this in the school environment.
Interruption, please. If the survey character follow, and what you make the 5 precept of Pancasila, you know, the Pancasila is the ideology in the Indonesian country. So you say that the survey character is the proof that Indonesian weakness of the Pancasila. But based on the fact, Pancasila is ideological in the Indonesian countries. The survey characters, you cannot just say that the survey characters is evidence to can make the Pancasila weaknesses. But you know, the character survey is evidence to strengthen Pancasila. You know, thanks.
Okay. It is an irony in the midst of the massive development of communication technology at this time. But on the other hand, it turns out that it's unable to bring the need the nation's children. The era of communication has proven to guarantee access and speed to obtain information. However, it often creates distance and makes it uncommunicative. It is even ends with the breakdown of interpersonal relationship. The student must prepare themselves to face the current development so that they can compete while still carrying the values of Pancasila. The concept of independent learning, which has proclaimed by the Indonesian Minister of Education and Culture, emphasizes the importance of the basic of independence and freedom of students. Thank you.
Please continue your speech. You still have time. The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the Lord Almighty God, because of His blessing and guidance, we could gather in this honorable house in a good condition. But good afternoon to honorable jurists, timekeeper, and all my beloved audience. Thanks for the chance given.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce our team. My name is Maria Gracia Paing, and you can call me Grace. I am as leader of opposition, and I will to give the argument to support our team. Ladies and gentlemen, we disagree with the motion your team described, We agree with our motion that implementation of character survey prove the weakness of Pancasila. Why? Because Pancasila is an ideological pillar and guide to life for the Indonesian nation. Pancasila is also a guideline for national and state life for the entire Indonesian nation. We have the reasons. Firstly, the divinity. The purpose of the first precept is, even though Indonesia has many religions, but they are united in Pancasila. Example, take one example. When Catholic religion community join the Christmas, the Muslims participate to keep peaceful. And secondly, human values. Even though in our country, Indonesia, have different race, custom, culture, but we are still united in Pancasila. And thirdly, the values of unity. Unity is that Indonesian people to remain united. Fourthly, popular values. Popular is a state that puts the people first. I could give simple example. If someone steals money, we have to report the police. And the second example, if we find a pocket in public, we have to report the police. And fourthly, the value of justice. This value of justice is an attitude to behaving freely. Pancasila is very important to know because character survey have not appeared recently, while Pancasila Pancasila has been from the year of Indonesian independence. So, the character survey is evidence to strengthen Pancasila, not to weaken Pancasila. Character survey is the result, I'm speaking, students' emotion, which point to the profile of the Pancasila students, where the Indonesian students have global competence behavior. Yes, please.
By your explanation, our team believes that you cannot find any weakness of Pancasila. So, how can you say that survey character was not approved?
Yeah, I get your point. Thanks for your question. Our team still disagree with the survey character. Because you cannot to say it, because we can get from the definition, it is the result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all students in Indonesian country. It is the proof why our team still disagree if the survey character is the proof of weakness of the Pancasila. Back to the motion. No, we're talking about the 5 precepts on Pancasila also. So it is the ideological in Indonesian country. How must you make the survey character? But the Indonesian country have the ideological in this country. Firstly, the divinity. So it is the proof that Indonesia has not weakness. Every people in Indonesian country now follow the 5 precepts on the Pancasila. And you can to conclude that just the survey character invite the Indonesian weakness. And our team still disagree if you say that the survey characters is the weakness of the Pancasila. Because we can take from the definition about the survey character itself. Character survey measures the result of student emotional, which points to profile of the Pancasila. Pancasila student, where Indonesian students have global competence and we have in accordance with Pancasila values, so that the result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all schools in Indonesia. Not that. Back to the motion. We disagree with the motion your team described. We agree with the motion that the implementation of character survey proves the weakness of Pancasila. Why? Because Pancasila is an ideological pillar and a guide to life for the Indonesian nation. Pancasila is also a guideline for national and state life for the entire Indonesian nation. For the Indonesian nation. Our team disagree and really still disagree if you say that survey character can make the Indonesian values. I think we think that's all. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes, 7 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you for the time. The implementation of character survey proves the weakness of Pancasila. The fundamental change in the national assessment in evaluating the achievement of individual students, but evaluating and mapping the education system in the form of inputs, process, and result. MKM is designed to measure the achievement of students from cognitive learning outcomes, namely literacy and numeracy. Character survey designed to measure student achievement from social emotional learning outcomes in the form of character pillars to print Pancasila student profiles. A learning environment survey to evaluate and map the supporting aspects of the quality of learning in the school environment. There are the three main instruments of assessment of minimal competencies. The character survey is an effort to determine the condition of the diversity of character of students in school related to the interaction based on Pancasila. No, thank you. The decline in moral quality in Indonesian human life today, especially among students. The school are required. Okay, thank you.
You said that the implementation of survey characters is evidence of the Pancasila. Why you say that? And when you give example from the implementation of survey characters can weakness of Pancasila.
Okay, thank you. I will try your answer your question. The advantage of this generation are high creativity, full on confidence, and being connected to one another. However, because they live in an automatic era, this generation tends to want something that is instantaneous and very easily influenced. This is critical point of the future of our country and nation.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
With the survey character is a development from the Pancasila. In this case, character surveys can't be stand without Pancasila. So, with the character surveys can make Pancasila has strong. What do you think about your your argument.
Okay, thank you. For example, the speed or of motor vehicle theft, robbery, student brawl, chase, and even corruption. The majority of perpetrators of this crime are dangerous of eliminate.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
No, we're talking about the survey character, but not talking about robbery.
Interruption. Yes, because the point of the survey character is, for example, the speed or motor vehicle theft, robbery, student brawl, and case, and even corruption. The majority of perpetrators of these crimes are dangerous, no thank you, or millennials, young people who are supposed to be nation, no thank you, next generation, and doing things are contrary to Pancasila. Yes, please.
I question for you. Give real example. So implements of Pancasila can weaknesses for the implements of character surveys can weaknesses for the Pancasila. Don't talking about Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the facts, in our country, there are still many violations of the Pancasila values in life. For example, the debate on tolerance between religious communities, discrimination against certain races, even though the debate everywhere is one of the facts that the realization of the Pancasila values has not been implemented optimally in the community. Then how is the application of the Pancasila values? The application of the Pancasila values is carried out by all Indonesian as a manifestation of the philosophy of life of the nation, which is the way of life of every citizen. Thank you. National assessment, especially character survey, took Pancasila student profiles. It's very important to be understood by teachers, schools, principals, students, and parents so that they can work together in preparing the nation's children with the Pancasila characters in facing the era of globalization. Pancasila is guideline for national and state life for all Indonesia. Pancasila is the basis of the state is also known as the state's ideology. No, thank you. Pancasila as the soul and personality of the Indonesia. Okay, thank you.
You say that Pancasila guideline for national life.
The time for POI is over. Please continue your speech.
Okay, so because of that, this house believes that looking at the reality that happened, it can be concluded the implementation of character survey is proof of the weakening of Pancasila. So it is important to implement character surveys in the school environment. Examples of violations of the values of Pancasila in life show that the paradox of Pancasila values is still very big. Character survey with the Pancasila student profile as a benchmark for continuing to make change to the global environment through students by instilling, shaping, and recreating moral, noble, and civilized behavior. Thank you.
The second speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 50 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the chance given. The honorable jurist and timekeeper and my beloved audience. Ladies and gentlemen, back to our motion that the implementation of character surveys is evidence of the weaknesses of Pancasila. Because Pancasila cannot to be weak. I'm sorry. Pancasila cannot be said to be weak. Why? Because Pancasila is the ideology of the life of the nation and state. So, with this character surface to strengthen Pancasila, not the melting of Pancasila. What things I'm speaking. Another reason that Pancasila has strong norms and values. And survey character is a development from the Pancasila. In this case, no thanks, I'm speaking. In this case, character surface can be stand without Pancasila. So, with this character surface can make Pancasila has strong. Yes, please.
If character survey was not approved, then was it the goal of character survey itself? As we know, Indonesian character basically based on the Pancasila, or we usually call it Pancasila.
I get your point. Back to our motion. Pancasila can be not weaknesses. Because Pancasila is the ideology of the life of state, of the life, nation and state. So the character surface is evidence to strengthen Pancasila, not to weaken the Pancasila. Back to our motion.
POI? Yes, the implementation of character survey proves the weakness of Pancasila, because that there are many failings that contradict the values contained in Pancasila. For example, the speed of the motorcycle robbery student and the majority of perpetrators of this crime are dangerous. Young people who are supposed to be nation next generation are going to
the character surface is evidence to strengthen Pancasila, not to weaken the Pancasila. Back to our motion. The implementation of character surface is evidence of the weaknesses of Pancasila. Because Pancasila cannot be said to be weak. You know, Pancasila is ideology of the state of the nation. You say Pancasila to be weakness. So, Pancasila to be weakness. Back to our motion. We team disagree with the implementation of character survey is the weaknesses of Pancasila. Why? Because Pancasila is an ideology, pillar, and a guide to life for the Indonesian nation. Pancasila also a guideline for national and state life for the entire Indonesian nation. Pancasila has 5 values. Let me finish. Firstly, divinity, the purpose of the first step. Even though Indonesia has many religions, but they are united. For example, Jesus speak in order. Let me finish. Between one religion and other religions, when Catholic religions communicate, join the Christmas, the Muslim participate to keep peaceful. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, human values. Even though in our country, Indonesia, have different race, culture, and cultures. Yes, please.
You are disagreed implementation of character survey proves the weakness of Pancasila. But looking at the facts, in our country, there are still many violations of the Pancasila values in life. For example, the debate on tolerance between religious communities, discrimination against certain races, even though the debate everywhere is one of the facts as a realization.
You know, Pancasila cannot be said to be weak. So the results of character surveys of a school cannot be used for all students in Indonesian. Back to our motion. Character surveys development.
The time for PI is over. Please continue your speech.
Survey characters is a development from the Pancasila. In this case, character surveys can't be stand without Pancasila. You know, with the character surveys can make Pancasila has strong. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. Pancasila as guideline for national and state life for Indonesia. Pancasila as the basis of the state, it also known as the state ideology. Pancasila as the soul and personality of the Indonesian nation. Pancasila as a view of life and the source of legal order of the Indonesian nation. Based on this reality, to realize the function of Pancasila, the Ministry of Education and Culture includes an assessment instrument in the character survey by making the profile on Pancasila. This is one of the vision on mission of the Ministry of Education and Culture in Ministry Regulation number 2002 of 2020 concerning the starting point of the Ministry of Education and Culture in 2020-2024. A character survey designed to measure student achievement for social emotional learning outcomes in the form of character pillars.
Interruption, please.
No. Pancasila learning profiles with 6 main indicators. They are:
interruption, please.
Nothing. Belief afford the almighty good and have noble morals. Second, global disparity. Third, criticality thinking. Four, creativity.
Interruption, please.
Yes.
Yes, please. Thanks for the chance given. Can you give me some? Can you give me some real facts about the implementation of character survey proves the weaknesses of the Pancasila? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In our country, there are still many few talents of the Pancasila in life. For example, the debate of tolerance between religious communicators, discrimination against counter-races, even talk and debate everywhere in one of the parts that the realization of the Pancasila values has not been implemented optimally in the community. The whole is the application of the Pancasila values. The application of the Pancasila values is carried out by Indonesia, not a manifestation of the philosophy on life of the national
interruption, please.
The way of life on every citizen. The weakening of Pancasila must be played with.
Okay. Thanks for the chance. The result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all students in Indonesia. Thank you.
The weakening of Pancasila must be followed up implementedly by taking several concrete and sustainable steps. The failure of Pancasila are the noble failure of the national culture, whereas essentially the pillars of
interaction is human life in security, nation, and state. The reality that occurs within an educational institution is a lack for student awareness of the importance of participating Pancasila plus its family life, school, community, and the life of the national and state. There are still some students who think that Pancasila is marine memories, remember it, and understood as knowledge or reference during PPK in learning. The experiencing that occurs is that there are still many students in class discussion activities that equate Pancasila with Burung Garuda, class of learning to explore and develop the Pancasila follows. The absent, please. No, thank you. But the Pancasila needs to be taught and transformed in the force of training in character education. In order for students, absent, please. Okay, please.
Can you give me some examples about the implementation of character survey proves the weaknesses of the Pancasila? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can see this from the main incident and incidents test conducting the follows contrary in Pancasila. Even an incident that are contrary to the follows contained in Pancasila are the spirit of motor, fakely death, robbery, student brawl, rape, and even corruption. In the era of globalization, it's very possible for the younger generation of Israel get information from all over the world. In this day and age, the relationship between nations are getting thicker, resulting in the process of acculturation, intimidating one another and influencing each other between their respective culture. The handling of our national culture first and people's access to religious first in getting bigger. Most of the thinker do not think long. They think that everything with this is cool and differs to be used as a role model, even though customer culture incompatible and different from Indonesia culture. For example, wearing clothes for cinema, when offline, and so on. This different course irregularities. If this process continue, it will have more serious consequence when at this peak the people are knowledgeable on their national country. However, the role of this problem is the least in people's understand if the policy of Pancasila. Most use no appreciation of Pancasila with the understanding its policy. Meanwhile, when people really understand the policy of Pancasila itself, of course, all the problems of the will no occur. So, the cultivation of Pancasila policy must start from ourselves. Then the second party or other people around use step on instill the policy of Pancasila. One of which can be my organization, the guardian and development of the quality of the younger generation, bring Indonesia to better. Thank you. Source believe that the implementation of character survey proves the weakness of Pancasila because, thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, everybody. The honorable jurists and all the audience, timekeepers, thanks for the chance given. Our team still disagree with the motion that the implementation of character survey proves the weaknesses of the Pancasila because character survey is not for all schools, all people, all students, but it is only directed to particular person, place, school, and so on. The result of character survey of school cannot be used for all students in Indonesia. Pancasila is also a guideline for national and state life for the entire Indonesian nation. Pancasila has 5 values. Firstly, divinity. The purpose of the first precepts, even though Indonesia has many religions, but they are united in Pancasila. Example, POI. No, thanks, I'm speaking. There is big other between one religion and other religions. When Catholic religions community join the Christmas, the POI. No, thanks, I'm speaking. The Christmas, the Muslim particular to keep peaceful. Firstly, human values. Even though in our country, Indonesia, have different race, customs, culture. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the reality that happened, it can be concluded that the implementation of character surveys in evidence of the weakening of Pancasila. So it is important to implement character survey in the school. What in character application?
I get your point.
Inference need to be taught in school so it knows
I get your point.
from Pancasila, please.
The result of character survey of a school cannot be used for our students in Indonesia. Back to our mission, Pancasila cannot be said to be weak. Why? Because Pancasila is the ideology of the life of the nation and state. So, with this character survey to strengthen Pancasila, not the melting of Pancasila. Another reason that Pancasila has strong norms and values. Character survey is not for all schools, all people, all students, but it is only directed to particular person, place, school, and so on. The result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all students in Indonesia. We disagree with the motion that the implementation of character survey proves the weaknesses of the Pancasila. Ladies and gentlemen, Pancasila has 5 values. Firstly, divinity. The purpose of the first precepts, even though Indonesian has many religions, but they are united in Pancasila. Example, no thanks, I'm speaking. They respect each other between one religion and other religions. When Catholic religions community join the Christmas, the Muslim participate to keep peaceful. No thanks, I'm speaking. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, even though, secondly, ladies and gentlemen, human values. Even though in our country, Indonesia, have different race, customs, and culture. Yes, please.
I ask you about what in character application indicators need to be taught in school so it not to cause definition from Pancasila qualifiers.
I get your point. Do you know? Do you know? All the Indonesian country follow the Pancasila. Follow the Pancasila 5 precepts. So,
no date. No. I ask you about what in character application indicators need to be taught in school. So it not to cause deviation from Pancasila values.
I get your point. Back to the mission. Pancasila cannot be said to be weak. Why? Because Pancasila is the ideology of the life of the nation and state. So, the result of character survey of a school cannot be used for a student in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, thirdly, the value of unity. Unity is as the Indonesian people to remain united. Fourthly, popular values. Population is a state that puts the people first. Ladies and gentlemen, fifthly, the values of justice. These values of justice in an attitude of behaving fairly. Pancasila is very important to know because character survey has only appeared recently while Pancasila has been from the year of Indonesian independence. So, the character survey is evidence to strengthen Pancasila, not to weaken Pancasila. Ladies and gentlemen, character survey is not for all schools, all people, all students, but it is only related to particular person, place, school, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of character survey of a school cannot be used for all students in Indonesia. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker. Please deliver your speech.
The honorable jurist, timekeeper, and all the audience, thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the reason we described earlier, we can conclude that the rule of character survey is evidence of the weakness of Pancasila, because Pancasila does not stay weak, because Pancasila is ideology or guidelines for the life of the nation and state. So, the character survey is to strengthen Pancasila, not to weaken Pancasila. For example, nowadays, all people in Indonesian country still apply the Pancasila value. If the Pancasila weakness, so religion norms, decency norms, courtesy norms, legal norms, not effective. So the character survey is, So the character survey is to strengthen Pancasila, not to weaken Pancasila. Back to our team still disagree if the survey character is to weaken the Pancasila. You know, the survey characters, you cannot conclude that the survey character is to weaken the Pancasila, because we can take from the definition about the survey character itself. The survey character itself must do one people, not to all people in Indonesian countries, and you cannot to say that the survey characters tend to weakness the Pancasila, because the Pancasila have the ideology, because the survey character in Indonesian, we have the ideological in the Pancasila countries. It is the Pancasila itself. Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition spent 2 minutes and 10 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker. Please deliver your speech.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This House believes that the implementation of character survey proved the weaknesses of Pancasila. The fundamental change in the national assessment is evaluating the assignment of individual students, but evaluating and mapping the education system in the form of inputs, process, and result. Character survey is designed to measure students to strive from social emotional learning outcomes
in the form of character pillars to print Pancasila student profile. But looking at the facts, in our country, there are still many violations of the Pancasila values in life. For example, the debate on tolerance between religious communities, discrimination, certain race. Even though the garbage everywhere is one of the fact that the realization of the Pancasila values has not been implemented optimally in the community. Then, how is the application of the Pancasila values? The application of the Pancasila values is carried out by all Indonesians as a manifestation of the philosophy of life of the nation, which is the way of life of every citizen. The character survey is an effort to determine the condition of the diversity of character of students in school relate to the interaction based on Pancasila. Ladies and gentlemen, the student must prepare themselves to save the current develop so that they can compete while still carrying the values of Pancasila. The concept of independent learning, which was proclaimed by the Indonesian Minister of Education and Culture, emphasized the importance of the basic of independence and freedom of students. Students are given the freedom of the freedom to develop their hidden talents and abilities without being hampered by formal rules that can handcuff creativity and thinking power to be better. However, teachers and parents still provide reinforcement of the Pancasila character education, which is the basic and ideology of the Indonesia nation. Based on this reality, to realize the function of Pancasila, the Ministry of Education and Culture includes an assessment instrument in the character survey by making the profiles of Pancasila students. This is one of the vision and mission of the Ministry of Education and Culture in Ministerial Regulation number 22 of 2020 and 2020 concerning the strategic plan of the Ministry of Education and Culture in 2020-2024. So, looking at the reality that happened, our team conclude that the implementation of character survey is proof of the weakening of Pancasila. So, it is important to implement the character survey in the school environment. Example of violation of the values of Pancasila in life show that the practice of Pancasila values is still very weak. Thank you.
The reply speech of the government spanned 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The debate has ended. All the debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all debaters to leave the room. Okay, I call team 11 and 12 to take the lottery. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Please welcome SMAN 1 SOA and SMAS Seminari Mataloko. Okay, the motion of this session is, this House believes that the offline learning proves the state's failure in education management. Acting as government team, we have SMAN 1 SOA with Maria Novia Evokeo as the first speaker, Maria Magdalena Moimeo as the second speaker, Ermelinda Gaejati as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria Novina Evokeo. Acting as opposition team, we have Melchior Parmonangan Babanong as the first speaker, Antonius Claudio Leta as the second speaker, Carolus Pedro Ngisotokan as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Antonius Claudio Leta. Now to open the debate, I summon the first speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Before I start my speech, allow me introduce myself. I'm Novi from SMAN 1 SOA as the first speaker, and my friend, I am Marlene as a...
Attention please, put off your mask when you are speaking. Please put off your mask.
I am Marlene from SMAN 1 SOA as the second speaker.
I am Linda as the third speaker.
This House believes that the offline learning proves that state's failure in education management. Offline learning since the pandemic, the form of offline learning become one of the needed taken by education work to do the process of learning other than online learning. Offline learning is a form of learning process that didn't do internet at all. Offline learning usually using media such as television, radio, handphone, and others. Of learning from home or BDR, where the teacher come to students' house and teach the there. The state's failure is the states that believe fail to fulfill the requirement and basic responsibility and independent government. According to Finn Purpose, the definition of state's failures is the state that reach this characteristic. 1. Loss of control from their own area. 2. Fail to provide public service. 3. Fail to interact with other nations. Education management refers to the administration of the education system in which a group combines human and material resources to supervise, plan strategies, and implement structures or to execute an education system. What we are going to explain here is, it is indeed the state failure to do offline learning in this pandemic era and of course the field of education management. It is so clear that offline learning cannot be done in this pandemic era because it is so really and can danger the students' health as we noted.
May I say something?
Notice the increasing of COVID-19. Next, I will define why. Now, I would like to give some reasons and evidence of why stand this action.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You said that online learning proved the stage failure. So you say in brief that online learning is a stage failure, but I don't quite agree because many experts say that online learning is more effective than online learning. What do you think?
Repeat again.
Okay, you say that offline learning is a stage failure, but I cannot agree with you because offline learning, based on some experts, is more effective than online learning. What do you think about it?
Okay, because offline learning no need instrument to apply such as internet, computers, and other, so that can be the proof the offline learning is the proof that states paying for management in education pilot. Next, online learning is the state's way to face COVID-19 pandemic and make education still ongoing. Indonesia, as one part of global community, has kept in condition to maintain and expand the state interest in global economic pilot human development. According to PISA, the use of the program for international students in 2018 in the category of reading ability, Indonesia ranked 74th out of 79 countries, while for the assessment of mathematical ability and scientific ability, Indonesia ranked 73 and 71 out of 79 participate countries. PISA achievement of Indonesia's ranking in PISA assessment has always been constant since the beginning of Indonesian participate is the assessment from 100 2018. With consistent results, there are ranked below. Bring the. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable educators and honorable audience. Okay, first I want to make a quick recap of what government team has already said. You say that first, offline learning only use like TV and other things, and also offline learning don't use internet at all. That's why offline learning proved the stage failure. But I don't quite agree with your argument because in offline learning, we can still learn by something more useful and benefits than internet. Like we can use books and something like that. And it is proved to be more effective than online learning. And you can take example from your own experience while we having an online learning 8 months ago. Okay, as we all know, that government are trying to help back face-to-face learning, and government team believes that it is because state fails in applying online learning. I'm afraid I cannot go because see, students should be learning effectively, and students need teachers' guidance. To do that, definitely we have to use face-to-face learning or online learning, offline learning. When we are truly meet each other and we feel the whole presence of somebody. And also, please bear in mind that as a human being, we must have social ability. Means that our communication interact with others must be good. And with face-to-face learning, we effectively can learn that. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, online learning proves not have any benefits at all. Well, maybe it's just a little. Based on, according to Compass, 19th of March 2021, school closures give some impact on us, like learning loss, learning poverty, and students will be dropped out from school because lack of facilities and some obstacle in e-learning. When we have an online learning, many students don't actually learn. They just copy material from the internet and then send it to teacher. And we all experience that experience. And also, according to KPAI, from January to February, many students drop out from schools because they will get married. There are 33 students drop out and get married. And not only that, there will be an education quality decrease. Say Simasir Alam in his article on Media Indonesia. You see, ladies and gentlemen, because of it, many students can't stand online learning. This happens not because they don't know how to operate technology, but because online learning method of education kind of turned upside down. Online learning should become an addition learning method, not the main learning method here. But because of that, many students don't learn. So, government wants to change back things the way it used to be. Maybe it seems like we have to apply online learning longer, but should we surrender to this condition, especially in this pandemic situation? Well, we shouldn't, because we can let COVID-19 oppressive us. We should stand still against this cruel pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, based on those reasons, we believe that the efforts to reopen the schools and apply face-to-face learning is because government concerned with the student, not because the government or the state failed to...
Instruksi.
Yes, please.
You said online learning proves state's failure in education management. But how activity online learning in the middle of pandemic?
Okay, thank you for your question. First of all, I don't say that because I say I don't agree with this motion. You say that offline learning proved the state failure. I'm not saying that. So please listen carefully. Okay, I will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, many things can be get from technology. So you might think that, do we still need teachers? Well, teachers, machines can never replace teachers. So teachers is irreplaceable. Only teachers can teach characters and attitude, ethics, culture, wisdom, and so on and so forth. So that's why government want to help back the offline learning. It is not because government fails, but government concerned about the student. Government want to make us students can learn more effectively. that's why I am, as the Prime Minister, in contrary with your opinion. If you looking for some more evidence, then please consider this argument very well. Like I said before, according to Compass, 19th March 2021, school closure give some impacts for us, like learning loss and learning poverty. Learning loss means that students lost their ability to understand material, and learning poverty is students cannot study well. So see, because of this impact that online learning gives to us, government want to help back or want to reopen the schools. Because government are concerned about us, because many times we don't learn when we have online learning. That's why they want to reopen the schools. And this is not the proof that states fail in education management, but this is the proof that states want to make education effective again. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the end, this motion today is not true. I am definitely in a contrary with this motion, with today's motion which says that offline learning proved the state failure in education management. Government is trying to make the situation better, not because fail, but because government cares about the student. So all in all, I want to say that this motion is not true. That's all. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spends 7 minutes and 18 seconds. To examine the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech. The audience, please keep silent.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to restate what my Prime Minister have said. Before that, the offline learning proved the state's failure in education management because offline learning will need instruments to apply, or such as internet, computer, and complex preparation, so that can be the proof that offline learning is a proof that states being poor management in education failed. Online learning is a state's way to face COVID-19 pandemic and make education still on again. Globalization era needs online learning and independent approach so the globalization community can communicate and interact without both Indonesia as one part. Globally, community has count its condition in to maintain and expand the state interest in global electronic fight. No thanks, there and human development.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, we know that if we want to run the online learning well, so we have a good internet access. But in the many countryside of Indonesia, we don't have like a good internet access. So it will make the student very difficult and they will not learn. So how do you feel about that? Thank you.
Play again.
Okay. If we want to to run the online learning well, so we have to get the good internet access. But in the small place in Indonesia, there are still have a place who cannot get the good internet access. So it will make the student difficult to learn. So how do you feel about that? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. But offline learning method instruments apply are such as internet, a computer, and complex preparation, so that can be proof the offline learning is the proof the state's being for management in education field. Offline learning no more instrument to apply such as internet.
May I ask a question, please? May I ask a question, please?
Not, no thanks. Offline learning no need instrument of apply such as internet, computer, and complex preparation. So that can be the proof that of true offline learning is a proof the state paying for management in education field. First, online learning is the state's way to face to COVID-19 pandemic and make education.
May I interrupt, please?
No thanks. Still ongoing. Second, Indonesia is one part of globalization community had its condition to maintain and expand the state interact in global economic led common development.
May I interrupt, please?
No thanks. Offline learning include instruments to apply or such as internet. So that can be the proof that offline learning is the proof that states paying for management in the education field. Online learning is the state's way to face COVID-19 pandemic and make education still ongoing. Globalization era needs online learning and independent approach so the globalization community can communicate and interact without both. Indonesia as one part of global community has spent its conditional to and expand the state interest in global economic field, thought, and human development. That's all. Thank you.
The second speaker of the government spent 5 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Well, good afternoon, honorable adjudicators and audience, ladies and gentlemen of all ages. I am the second speaker of opposition team, and we are on the contrary of this motion. This motion says that offline learning proves the state's failure in education management. But this House really believes in today's motion. So, for a start, let me make a quick recap on government team's ideas and arguments. To make a long story short, they set a few main points. First, offline learning doesn't need any devices such as internet, computers, or handphones. Second, Indonesia doesn't qualify to provide facilities to run e-learning. Third, online learning is the most needed learning to face globalization era. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those ideas seem to be truly excellent, but to be honest, I'm afraid I can agree. In my view, those ideas and arguments are wrong. you might be mistaken. First, offline learning indeed doesn't need any devices such as internet, computers, and handphones. But please bear in mind that when we have to attend offline learning, when we have that online learning, we need to buy books, and it is more effective for us to learn because there are so much information in the internet that we can select it. Second, Indonesia doesn't qualify to provide facilities to run e-learning. It isn't true. It isn't true, my friends, because data from Asosiasi Penyelenggara Jasa Internet Indonesia shows that there are 73.7% of Indonesia's regions that have already got internet access. So see, the most of Indonesian regions have got good internet access. Well, I'm pretty sure that we know fully well how our situation now is. Yes, we are facing this novel coronavirus, and it brings an influential change. One is what we are conducting right now. It is online learning. You also know splendidly why we carry out online learning. Of course, we attend e-learning because of infection rates of COVID-19. We have to decrease the infection rate. On one hand, we have to decrease the infection rates by avoiding crowds at school as well. On one hand, we have to continue our learning. But on the other hand, yes, please.
Can you give some reason why you don't agree with the motion?
That sounds good. Thank you. But I am here to explain to you what our reason is. Please listen carefully. So, on one hand, we have to continue our learning. But on the other hand, we have to avoid gathering at schools. E-learning presents that for us. We can attend schools, but we don't need to be physically in schools to be physical in school. We will attend schools through internet using technology. Indonesia government also runs online learning. Infection rates gets higher, and government should take measures to limit or to decrease it. Suddenly, when online learning is running, government changes its decision. Schools can reopen, but they should qualify some requirements. E-learning is proven to be not effective, and it brings a lot of drawbacks and shortcomings. So, government allows schools to prevent students experience those three things. According to Compass, March 19, 2021, there are three things caused by schools closures. They are learning loss, learning poverty, and dropout. So, I'd like to elaborate to you what the three things are. Learning loss is when students lose interest to learn because there is no interaction with teachers and classmates. Secondly, learning poverty is when students are not able to understand what they read. And thirdly, dropout is when students, hold on please. Dropout is when students decide to abandon schools to stop learning. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. Can you give some evidence that Indonesia too low facility in education?
Pardon me, but could you repeat that, please? I'm sorry. Therefore, offline learning in this pandemic is an evidence of government concern for education because e-learning affects students so bad. Government takes decision to apply face-to-face learning as soon as possible. Government doesn't want students to grow under bad influences of technology. Students should be strengthened from the basic skills, such as characters and thinking skills, and the one who can teach characters to the students is teacher. That's why government hastily reopened schools. No more e-learning. E-learning is not the main way of learning. Students needs face-to-face learning as well. They need physical interactions because of human nature that everyone needs other people. They need to train thinking. There is also a proverb, a Latin proverb, that says, "Cognito ergo sum," I think, then I exist. Absolutely, we need to think. In brief, we totally disagree with today's motion. That's all. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, thanks for the time given to me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to emphasize all points out. First, offline learning no need instrument to apply such as internet, computer, and complete preparation, so that can be the proof that offline learning is the proof that states being poor management in education field. Online learning is the student way to face to COVID-19 pandemic and make education system ongoing. Indonesia, as one part of global community, has such its condition to message.
May I interrupt, please?
No thanks. Explain that state internet in global pandemic rate human development.
May I interrupt, please?
No thanks. The offline learning proves that students explore in education.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. But one requirement for us to make Indonesian education management develop is character. But we know in home when we run the online learning, we can't do this character because when they are used online learning, teachers cannot don't know are the students study or not, and that can make the students lazy. So how do you feel about that? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Which mean Indonesian? Sorry? Which mean offline learning is a learning system that is carried out face to face in an education international. Thank you. I will continue my speech. This host perfects the offline learning. Offline is an acronym for Audits the New World, which means offline learning is a learning system that is carried out face to face in an
May I ask something, please?
No thanks. Offline learning is learning that has been applied in Indonesia. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the offline learning system had to switch to online learning.
May I interrupt, please?
No thanks.
However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the offline learning system had to be shifted to an online learning.
May I interrupt, please?
Notice, online learning is one of the learning is done even to the pandemic period. But what need be now? Not students can take part online learning due to one limitation of mastering technology.
May I ask something, please?
Notice, 2, limitation the internet access. 3, not all students can have a mobile phone to take online learning, especially students who living in rural areas.
Please let me tell you something.
Notice, second, offline learning needed instrument to apply such as internet and complex professions so that can be the proof that at offline learning, it's the proof that learning for management in education file. Online learning is the stage where to face COVID-19 pandemic.
May I ask a question, please?
Notice, and make education still ongoing globalization era need one's learning and innovation of approach. So the global can communicate and interact Middle Indonesian one's part global community has such as conditional to maintenance. So that face-to-face learning is way or solution student can learning well. When the face-to-face learning is carried out, students thoroughly apply health protocols in order to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Link back to what we are already explained before, I would to once for all state that we are agree with the motion. Thank you. The third speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 50 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable adjudicators, my fellow friends from the government team, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm the President Whip of the site, and today I am on the contrary with our motion today that offline learning proves the state's failure in education management. But I strongly support my first and second speaker said that online learning proves the state failures in education management. Before I continue with my speech, but let me make a quick note about the government team opinion. The government team said that offline learning will make the education management in Indonesia failure. But here's some fact that I want to say to you that Nadiem Makarim, our Minister of Kemendikbud, said that one problem if we always run online learning or remote learning is students will get dropped out. It means that many students will not study again. Many students will not go to school again because they are dropped out from school. So if you still say that online learning doesn't make our education management fail, I'm sorry, but I would like to say, how dare you? Ladies and gentlemen, the government team has already told to us about many drawbacks of our learning. Without in a pandemic situation like this, we have to use online learning that has not been prepared to change the order of learning in schools using search engines. Teachers may not be able to compete with the machines in terms of carrying out rote work, continuing and searching for information sources. Machines are much smarter, knowledgeable, and effective than us because they are never tired of doing their jobs. But in this statement, I would like to say that face-to-face learning in school is not very niche indeed, because it seems that character education is very necessary in the learning process. If we don't, no please, if we cannot implement the character survey in our real life with our learning, then how we can improve our medical education management system? Yes, please.
Why your team disagreed the motion? Give me reason strongly.
Okay, thank you for your question. But I'm sorry. I will, my task is in here is, I will explain to you why we are disagree with our motion today. So, please listen carefully. Therefore, the function of teacher is to teach values, ethics, culture, wisdom, experience, because those values cannot be taught by search engine. After all, machines cannot replace teachers. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's why Nadiem Makarim, our Minister of Education and Culture, emphasized that face-to-face schools must be open again after all teachers have been vaccinated against COVID-19. Quoted from bbcnews.com. So see, my friends, there are several reasons why the government hopes to accelerate the response to COVID-19. This reason is based on the fact that there are so many disadvantageous areas that cannot do by the online learning for a long time, as my first and second speaker said. So, there are three main points of online learning will decrease our education management. First is learning loss. It means that students will not learn because they are get bored, and many students will think that this time is holiday, so they will not learn. This is very dangerous for us because if the students doesn't learn in home, so it will decrease our education management because they are not learn when they are in home. The second is loss of learning poverty. It means that the students will forget to read, so they will have a lack of reading power, because they are too long on screen, or maybe they always use their time to watch videos for entertainment and play video games or play social media. If this still continues, so this is very dangerous for us, because if the students always play the video games, always watching video, but they don't learn when they are in home, that's our education fail. Government cannot make the students learn when they are in home. The third is students will get dropped out. It means that because many students, especially poor people, because many students will not learn, especially the poor men, they will must their time much to help their parents because they don't know how we can learn, because they cannot get like a good internet access, because they cannot know how to buy like facilities like handphone or etc. This is very dangerous for us if we don't apply offline learning, because it will make the students hardly to learn, and that will make our education fail. So from this, the government have to change our education management suddenly from online learning to face-to-face learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, to put in a nutshell, I still exactly agree with my first and second speaker that offline learning don't prove students better in education management, but online learning prove the state failure in education management. Pardon me, but I still that your opinion is not true. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 5 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker of opposition team to deliver the speech.
Well, thank you. Let me conclude this, our debate in my reply speech. First, I would like to make a quick recap on what the government team has stated. First, online learning doesn't need any devices, such as computers, internet, and so on and so forth. Second, they strongly believe that Indonesia doesn't qualify to provide facilities to implement online learning. That's why Indonesia government fails in education management. So I disagree entirely with your ideas because books are more important than internet. Reading books can encourage people to learn more. They will have many knowledge. Second, Indonesia doesn't qualify to provide facilities to run online learning. So it means that it is not true because the Indonesia government run face-to-face learning because Indonesia government is concerned about our education situation right now. Let's see from the data that many students drop out, many students abandon schools, many students don't want to learn. That's why the government has to reopen the schools as soon as possible. Otherwise, the students will experience the three things that we have already stated. So, Indonesia government runs face-to-face learning in such a different situation like this because the government sees the drawbacks of online learning. As the data that we have said, there are three things that caused by school closures. Learning loss is when students lose interest to learn because there is no interaction with teachers. Learning poverty is when students are not able to understand what they read. Dropout is when students decide to stop learning. Those three things are very dangerous for our education, for our students, because students will not be skillful on their career in the future. So also students should be strengthened from the basic skills such as characters and thinking skills, because the technology can't teach characters to students. Only teachers can teach them. That's why teachers are irreplaceable. The machines, the technology can replace the teacher. Also, the students need to try to train thinking, because if they don't train thinking skills, they will be the same as machines. So, all in all, for those reasons, we strongly believe that our motion our today's motion is wrong. That's all. Thank you.
The replay speech of the opposition spanned 4 minutes and 10 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government replay speaker to deliver the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our speech, today I would like to restate some main points from our arguments that offline is a acronym for outside the network, which means offline learning is a learning system that is carried out face-to-face in an educational institution. Offline learning is learning that has been applied in Indonesia. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the offline learning system had to be shifted to an online learning. Offline learning is one of the learning is done even in the pandemic period, but what need we now? Not students can take part online learning due to one limitation of mastering technology, two limitation the internet access, three not all students can have a mobile phone to take online learning, especially students who living in rural areas. So that face-to-face learning is a way or solution students can learning well. When the face-to-face learning is carried out, students strictly apply health protocols in order to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. This house refers to offline learning. Offline is a acronym for offline learning is one of the learning is done or even in the pandemic period. But what need we now? Not students can take part online learning due to so that face-to-face learning is a way or solution students can learning well. When the face-to-face learning is carried out, students strictly apply health protocols in order to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. We also provide you with proofs of what we are saying. So we are just saying it without evidence, and that's, I think, is one of the strong to win this round. I think that's all our team can say. Good afternoon and thank you.
The replay speech of the government spanned 3 minutes. Okay, now the debate has ended, and all the debaters already did their best, and please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. I call team 13 and 14 to take the lottery. Team 13 and 14, please take the lottery here. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Finally, we come to the last session of preliminary round. Please welcome SMAN 1 Golewa and SMAN 1 Cirebon. The motion of this session is, this House believes that the implementation of minimum competency assessment make difficult for students to apply the higher education institution. Acting as government team, we have Maria Degonit Bubu as the first speaker, Francisca Salestiamo as the second speaker, Penti Done as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria Degorit Bubu. Acting as opposition team, we have Alexandro Tangi as the first speaker, Bonaventura Naru as the second speaker, Maria Cindy Claudiano as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria Cindy Claudiano.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time given to our group. Beforehand, I will introduce ourselves. My name is Maria Degorit Buku. I am 10th grade, senior high school 1 Golewa. I the first speaker. The second speaker.
I am Esta. I am 10th grade. I'm the speaker. I'm 20. I'm 10th grade at senior high school 1 Golewa.
I'll base on my motion about the implementation of ATM make difficult for students to enter the higher education institution. I agree. The implementation of ATM make difficult for students to enter the higher education institution because after the national examination or UN with obsolete and 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the government through the Ministry of Education and Culture canceled the UN in 2021 and replaced it with a national assessment one, which is the minimum competency. The national assessment is a mapping of the quality of education for all schools, madrasas, and equality programs at levels from elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of 3 parts follows. First, ATM. The first ATM, the ATM is destined to measure the cognitive learning, count, literacy, and numeracy of students. Literacy here is totally related to our ability to understand information for reading. Meanwhile, numeracy itself is related to the ability to digest information in numerical or quantitative for national examination replaced by minimum competency assessment or AQA. One page
high school national examination, junior high school, replaced
Interruption.
no change, competency assessment, examination was abolished in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The government dropped the
Interruption.
Ministry of Education and Culture canceled the own in 2020 and replaced with a national assessment, one of which is the minimum
Interruption.
competency.
What a program is? What the program is? What the program is?
Program is literary and numeracy. Here is totally related to our ability to understand information from reading. And meanwhile, numeration itself is related to ability to digest information in numerical or quantitative form. A national assessment, one of which is the minimum competency assessment, questions also areas. What is the difference between the national examination and the national assessment? Under the most basic question, what is a national assessment? Well, I will try to discuss the national assessment is mapping of the quality of education for all schools, madrasas, and equality programs at levels from elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of three parts of follow. Minimum competency assessment or AQA. The first the measure the cognitive learning outcome or literacy and numeracy of students. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 5 minutes and 30 seconds. To respond the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team. Please deliver your speech.
Thanks for the chance given to us. Good afternoon for all judges and all of us here. I am Dionysius Alessandro Tani, as first speaker. And in my side, Bonaventura Anaru, as second speaker. And next speaker is Maria Sinicladanu. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today our motion is about the implementation of AQM make difficult of students to agree to higher education institute. AQM is learning surveyed equality and map to supporting export of the quality of learning in the school environment. AQM in 2021 is carried out the three basic mapping of the learning in the school and quality of the education as well in the field so that there are no consequences for school or providing However, on the result of assessment is planning to strengthen profit and hours of improvement in school and regions. The test given in our university is general, clear details. Student must be able to master a material not only perform material. For example, when coaching an English major student not only master of English but also general materials such as static Pancasila. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 2 minutes and 10 seconds. To extend the case of government, I summon the second speaker of government team. Please deliver your speech.
I agree that the motion, the implementation of AKM make difficult for students to pay the higher education institution. The point of the Minister of Education and Culture or Mekdibut, Nadia Makarim is ready to the national examination or UN, where 2020 will be the last year for the implementation of the UN. In 2021, it will be replaced with a minimum competency assessment or ATM and a character survey. The materials, the program for interpretation, student assessment or PESA, entry in international mathematics and science studies or TMSCC assessment method. The assessment is not right or based on subject or mastery of curriculum material as be applied in the national exam, but right mapping the two minimum competencies of students, namely in streams of literacy and numeracy. Literacy here is not only the ability to read, but the ability to analyze a reading and understand the competence living the reading. The national assessment is a mapping of the quality of education for all school, matters, and quality programs at the levels for elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of the parts of follow. The AKM is designed to measure the cognitive learning outcome. Learning outcomes or literacy and numeracy of students. Thank you.
The second speaker of the government spent 2 minutes and 47 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition. Please deliver your speech.
Well, thank you for the time. Good afternoon, everybody. Our team disagree because the test given in university in Agernal now that students must be able to register all material, not only verifying material for X when coaching and English major
Students not only master on English but also general material and statistic Pancasila. The object of the national assessment is to obtain an overview of the essential characteristic of an effective school, only showing what should be the main goal of the school without paying attention to the cognitive ability of each child in learning its subject. Education in the
Interruption.
notice country must be able to ensure the student have learning and information skills.
Interruption.
Notice skill in using intelligent information technology and media can learn and surface using life skills.
Interruption.
Notice life skills are what become known as the skill connect of the country. A number of organizations and institutions have attempted of formulate and explain the comprehension and skill needed to face life. The year Bishop benefit for 21 country skill.
Interruption.
Yes, please.
Thus, the national assessment replaced the national exam.
National assessment is given to students to know at the end of the education unit level. The principal and also not use the assess students who are participants in the assessment. Thank you.
Please continue your speech.
A number skill needed to face 2000 country life. The use special partnership for 21 country skill. Identifies or competition needed in the 21 country are the communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 5 minutes. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the time given to me.
Good evening, everybody. Today we will explain about motion. The implementation of AKM makes it difficult of students to apply the higher education institution. After the national examination was abolished in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the government through the Minister of Education and Culture cancelled the national examination in 2021 and replaced it with a national assessment, one of which is the minimum competence. A national assessment of one which is the maximum minimum competence assessment. Question also arise: what is the difference between the national examination and the national assessment? Until the most basic question: what is national assessment? I will try to discuss interruption. No thanks. Then one by one in this article. I hope the article will give you the information you need and enjoy. Get acquainted, no thanks, with the national assessment, okay? So what is the national assessment? The national assessment is mapping of the quality of education for all schools, madrasa, and equality program at levels from elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of the three parts as follows: minimum competence assessment or AKM. No thanks. The first is AKM. The AKM is designed to measure the cognitive learning outcomes or literacy and numeracy of students. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 2 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition. Please deliver your speech.
Thank you for the time. Good afternoon. In order to propose students wide to 20 country skills, the government we conduct a minimum ability assessment ATM in 2021, which includes assessment on reading and numeric literacy, assessment of the ability to reason using language, and assessment of reasoning skills using materials. ATM measures the fundamental competencies that all students need to learn without eliminating what students have already learned in other subjects. Therefore, all students we get questions that measure the sum, complements the unique context of various cross-subject curriculum materials and specialization of information in the various stimuli for ATM question. The focus of the assessment in the competence of teaching show that measurement results do not only reflect academic achievement. Literacy and numeracy can and shall be developed. No thanks. To reflect academic achievement. Literacy and numeracy can do no thanks. So be developed to various subjects, including serious social studies, share instruction. No thanks. Art, literacy and numeracy are general and basic competence.
Instruction, no thanks. The ability to think about and with language and materials in need in variety of contexts, be it proposal, social, and professional. By measuring basic competencies or one of the components of learning quotient measured in the national assessment in ready literature and material. Instruction, no thanks. Exam because it measures the basic or minimum competence required by individuals. To life privilege in situate in context to subject research that approach students' learning outcomes in country subject. Instruction, no thanks. Exam praises the basic competency need to scan in various subjects ready skill as measured by ATM literacy and numeracy. The question usually areas relate to the national assessment is the national assessment used as a text the demerit students' graduation. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 3 minutes and 40 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the prior speaker to deliver the speech. The reply speaker of SMAN 1 Jerbu, please deliver your speech.
ATM is a learning survey to evaluate and map the supporting aspects of the quality of learning in the school environment. ATM in 2021 is created out as a new basic mapping of the quality of education that is real, defined through the 3R no question for school of students. The Ministry of Education and Culture will assist school and education office by proofreading and report on the result of explain the strong profile and asset of improvement in school and regionals. The objective of the national assessment is to obtain on offer of the essential characteristics of an effective school. Online showing what should be the main goal of the school, without paying attention to the cognitive abilities of each child in learning each subject. Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition spent 1 minute and 50 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker. Please deliver your speech.
After the national examination was established in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the government dropped the Ministry of Education and Culture canceled the fund in 2021 and replaced it with a national assessment, one of which is the minimum competency assessment. Minimum competency assessment students, we have a rational understand
of the information will focus on measures to establish of minimum competence, namely the ability to respond using language and the ability for using according to the Minister of Education and Culture that to basic competence must be possessed by every child in the era so that the minimum competency assessment is one of the most ideal forms of evaluation to replace the role of the United National because it is destined to develop higher order thinking computer for students so that it is expected to be able to improve the quality and standards of Indonesian education. The APM is destined to measure the cognitive learning outcomes or literacy. Literacy here is closely related to our ability to understand information from reading. Meanwhile, numeration itself is related to the ability to digest information in numerical or quantitative form. National examination replaced by minimum competency assessment or AQA process by rule October 21, 2020. Facebook, Twitter was applied after the national examination or ON was abolished in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The government, through the Ministry of Education and Culture, canceled the ON in 2021 and replaced it with a national assessment, one of which is the minimum competency assessment. Questions also arise: what is the difference between the national examination and the national assessment? Until the most basic question: what is the national assessment? Get equality with the national assessments. So what is the national assessment? The national assessment is mapping of the quality of education for all schools, madrasas, and equality programs at levels from elementary to secondary. The national assessment itself consists of three parts of follow: minimum competency assessment or AQM. The AQM is destined to measure the cognitive learning outcomes, literacy and numeracy of students, and character survey. Thank you.
The replay speech of the government spanned 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, now the debate has ended. All the debaters already tried hard and already did their best. Please give applause to them. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. To all the debaters and all the audience, please leave the room. To all the debaters and all the audience, please room for a while to give the time for the educators to conclude their result. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, all the debaters, teachers, and the audience. Thanks for all the participation in debating contest today. We are, as educators, really appreciate your involvement and struggle to this debate contest. Thanks too for all the teachers that guide and train the students to participate in this debate contest. As for information, we are adjudicators, got a final scores from collected scores from adjudicators teams. Before I read the name or the teams that will be battled in the semi-final round, the adjudicators gave a statement based on several criteria such as content, style, and strategy. In content, the debates can be able to explain clearly about the topic and can answer the question from the opponent and give rebuttal by using the power of logic, the relevation of argument, and the use of data related to the topic. And about the style, the debaters can be able to give their argument or objection and control their sound volume, eye contact, the expression that makes speech interesting to be heard. And the strategy, the debaters can manage their time when they speak. And they can defend their statement to the debater. Yeah, because we have an even team today, automatically SMA Santo Carolus Riung will be battled in the next round. So here the name of the teams will be battled in the semi-final round. Number 1 from SMA Regina Pacis BAJAWA. Number 2 SMA Seminari Mataloko. Number 3 SMA 1 Riung Barat. Number 4 SMA 2 BAJAWA. Number 6 Number 5 SMA 1 BAJAWA. Number 6 SMA Golewa Selatan. Number 7 SMA 1 Golewa. And the last SMA Santo Carolus Riung. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations for all the teams. and good luck for the teams that will be battled in the semi-final round. I hereby close this round. Thank you.
Dua siklus. Ya. Besok hanya ada 2 siklus. Siklus pertama menghasilkan 4. Kan 8 malam ini. Dari 8, siklus pertama besok kita menghasilkan 4. Dari 4 itu, urutan ketiga dan keempat otomatis menjadi 3 dan 4. Sisa 2, urutan 1 dan 2, langsung ke grand final. Hingga besok kita hanya. Saya kira itu saja. Terima kasih untuk kebersamaan kita sore hari ini. Sampai ketemu. Ada yang mau tanya? Silakan. Besok siang hari. Artinya kami tidak ada jurus lain, yang jurusan tetap bos yang ada. Jangan bawa HP. Ini hari ada yang bawa HP, kami sepakat kami kasih kurang. Kalau besok bawa lagi HP ke depan, itu berarti dengan sengaja. Bisa langsung diisi. Oke. Terima kasih, sampai ketemu lagi besok.
Baik, Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri yang sangat kami kasih, kami hormati, Bapak Ibu pendamping Romo, dan anak-anakku sekalian. Besok itu setelah kita menyelesaikan kegiatan perlombaan final debat bahasa Inggris, akan dilanjutkan dengan acara penutupan. Sehingga kepada Bapak Ibu guru pendamping bisa menyampaikan hal ini kepada teman-teman guru yang melaksanakan proses pendampingan selama ini, bagi yang masuk juara 1, 2, dan 3 dari seluruh cabang perlombaan dan juga pembicara terbaik, itu diharapkan supaya besok itu jam 3:30 kita hadir di aula ini untuk mengikuti acara penutupan sekaligus penyerahan hadiah dan piagam. Dan kami dari panitia menyampaikan terima kasih banyak untuk kerja keras Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri dan Bapak Ibu Guru pendamping dan anak-anak sekalian bertahan sampai dengan malam hari ini. Inilah esensi daripada sebuah kegiatan, bahwa sebuah kegiatan itu ada banyak nilai yang ditanamkan kepada para peserta didik kita, termasuk juga berkaitan dengan ketahanan mental. Sehingga sampai dengan saat ini adik-adik semua bisa bertahan pada kondisi yang sampai dengan malam hari ini. Ada lagi, silakan.
Thanks for the chance given.
Minta maaf, saya tidak mengerti
bahasa
Inggris. Bahasa Indonesia.
Ini usul dari kami dari anggota. Ada dua versi. Apakah untuk pada saat debat itu antara government dan opposition team itu bisa dijawab oleh bebas oleh ketiga speakers, atau yang face to face antara misalnya the first speaker harus lawan dari first speaker dari pihak opposite. Apakah bebas? Karena tadi kalau di seminar tadi kalau tidak salah bebas bisa tanya oleh speaker satu speaker dua. Saya kembalikan, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Yang benar itu yang sebenarnya versus tim, bukan individu versus individu. Jadi ketika si A bicara, bisa disampaikan oleh si C, bisa disampaikan oleh si B. Bukan A lawan A, B lawan B. Itu sebenarnya lomba individu, bukan lomba tim. Jadi besok teman lain bebas menangkap. Tergantung, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih. Dan apakah ada